mutants are dangerous. And they need to learn how to control your powers.
Hi, everyone. I'm Ira Madison III, and we're here at San Diego Comic-Con at home to talk about the New Mutants. Now, I know a lot of you are really big fans of the New Mutants, of X-Men. You've been waiting for this forever, for this movie, literally years. In the next half hour, we have got guests, we've got surprises, we've got the cast, we have the director, we've got everything you could possibly want aside from the movie itself. So while you're watching along, tweet using the hashtag New Mutants Comic-Con at home to keep up with all the fun. All right, let's get right to it. I'm happy to introduce our director, Josh Boone.
Hey, how you doing? Thanks for having me. I'm excited to be here and to get to talk to fans about everything, about the movie. It's going to be great.
Let's bring out the rest of the cast now to join you. First, we've got Maisie Williams, who plays Rain Sinclair, also known as Wolfsbane.
Hi.
Hi, Maisie.
How are you guys? Hey.
Also, we have Anya Taylor-Joy, who plays Ileana Rasputin, also known as Magic.
Hi, guys. How's it going?
Yeah.
Hello. Loving your greenhouse.
Thank you very much.
We also have Charlie Heaton, who plays Sam Guthrie, a.k.a. Cannonball.
Hey, guys. Hi. Hey.
Hi, Charlie.
Hi, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. Yeah, good.
We also have Alicia Braga, who plays Cecilia Reyes.
Yeah. Or Dr. Reyes. Yeah.
Thank you for the doctor. That's why I'm wearing white.
It was good to see you today.
Yeah, nice to meet you, Ira.
Yeah, nice to meet you too. We also have Blue Hunt, who plays Danielle Moonstar.
Hi.
Hi, Blue.
How are you all doing?
Great.
How are you doing?
I'm doing. I don't know.
I think we can all safely say, I don't know.
Yeah, and to round out our cast, we have Henry Zaga, who plays Roberto DaCosta, a.k.a. Sunspot.
How's it
Hi,
going,
Henry.
guys?
Bobby.
Aga.
How are you, Ira?
Good. Now that you're all here, my first question to you is, have you ever seen your characters in emoji form?
No.
Well, here they are.
Hey, so cool.
There.
Cassie.
Whoa, this is so cool.
Dude, look at you.
Anya, look at your eyes. Your eyes, Anya.
Why do I look like I'm up
amazing.
to no good? I think Macy's is my favorite.
Henry, like, even as an emoji,
Right
so
situation.
Oh my
Give
god.
Maisie a real underbite.
I love it.
Wow.
My ears are so cute.
Yeah, Maisie, I wanna send yours to friends in the morning when they ask how I'm doing.
That's like the Sunday morning emoji. Like, how was last night?
How are you guys?
Full score.
You can use these hashtags on Twitter to activate these emojis in your tweets. So if you want to use Magic's emoji, it's hashtag New Mutants Magic.
This is so cool. These people doing it like based on what they saw. That's so cool.
Wow.
For Cannonballs, hashtag New Mutants Cannonball. For Sunspot, hashtag New Mutants Sunspot. And for Wolfsbane, you guessed it, hashtag New Mutants Wolfsbane. All right, fans, we also have a really exciting giveaway for y'all. when you tweet hashtag New Mutants Comic-Con at home with hashtag New Mutants poster sweepstakes, you could have a chance to win one of these awesome posters created by the artists at Poster Posse.
That's cool. Moody.
Yeah.
So they made these just for this contest. That's rad.
Oh,
Yeah.
Lord. Oh, that's really cool.
Whoa.
That's amazing.
Look at you,
Wow.
Henry, on fire.
Oh, I love that one.
I like
Yeah.
this. They're amazing.
Yeah, this album cover.
Whoa.
Oh,
That one looks
Look
like
at
that one's
Okay.
definitely modeled after Dream Warriors, the Nightmare on Elm Street.
yes.
Yeah.
I was literally about to say that. It's my favorite Nightmare movie.
This looks like
Oh,
a
these-
90s horror movie. This is cool.
Yeah.
This looks
so
like
cool.
I Know What You Did Last Summer, but it was a bunch of
Yeah.
summers ago.
Okay, fans. So if you tweet using the hashtags on screen, you can win one of those awesome posters created by the artist from Poster Posse. Well, if you guys like that art, you're going to love the rest of the art that I'm about to show you. You guys have some of the most dedicated and talented fans that I've ever seen. And we have a ton of amazing fan art that was all created by fans of the New Mutants.
Whoa.
Oh, my God.
Damn.
Wow.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Aw,
This is actually
your
by
face.
my,
You
that
look
last
so
one was
sad.
actually by my storyboard artist. Exactly.
These are
I
great.
love that one.
Wow. I turned into a man on that one. Wow.
These are
Oh,
great.
they're really talented.
Oh my
Oh.
goodness.
This is amazing.
Charlie looks all beat up.
Oh.
Guys.
Whoa, these
Oh,
are
the
incredible.
shoulders.
Sorry.
Oh, that's so cool. That's
Your
Wow.
eyebrow on ya.
I love the vibe.
Oh, that one's awesome.
Oh, that's
It's like the
cool.
Saturday morning cartoon version.
I love these.
These are great.
Oh my God, this is so cool. People doing it like based on what they saw. That's so cool.
Wow, they're amazing.
Love
Yeah.
that.
Yeah,
That's the
really
fan
cool.
art. That's amazing.
Yeah, the fan art has been so amazing to see. With the delay of the film, it feels like so many people have just used that time to just like
Yeah.
the heart's
It's,
content.
Make us look cool. It's like,
Yeah.
thank you. Thank you very much.
So much amazing art. They send it all to us, and we try to put it on our story streams or on on our things. They're amazing art that they've done.
Every other 3 months, we get like this wave of excitement. It's like, now it's the time.
Yeah. Whenever
Yeah.
it's like trending again, and you're like, damn.
To watch like people like
Sure.
grabbing like frames of the trailer and really digging deep, like to do drawing. Like it's beautiful. It's amazing.
There's also fans who have just stolen every frame from all the trailers to try to put together the movie, which has been sort of amazing.
I want to see that.
All I know when this is about to open again, it'll be like there's an asteroid that's going to hit Earth, and it'll be like,
Speaking of art, we have a special guest joining us today.
Very
he is
special
the
guest.
iconic Eisner-winning, Emmy-nominated illustrator who helped cement the look of New Mutants in the 1980s. Joining us today is Bill Sienkiewicz.
Yeah.
Hey guys. Am I actually on screen? Are we sharing a public space here?
Nice to
He
see
put it
you.
on us on set and really read all the scripts and everything, and has been sort of involved. Is a cheerleader really since the beginning. So we really appreciate you and everything you've done for us.
So I don't. Can you see behind me?
Yeah.
This is the poster that I did. And I know there's multiple posters. I don't know if there's any such one thing as,
This
as
is an
an actual
exclusive
poster anymore.
Bill poster.
It's the bear and this lovely cast.
Your art was so influential on just, comic book fans. So it was lovely
Thank
to
you.
see all of your work just sort of reflected in this movie,
And,
which was so much fun.
And it is very much in every way kind of an adaptation of your 3-issue arc, Demon Bear, that kind of launched you on the title and sort of changed the title into a very different kind of title. And your look certainly inspired the look of the film and the look of the characters and all that.
Seeing what you did with your direction, and again with everybody, being the cast is just you inhabited the characters. So I can't not see the characters I drew without picturing all of you now. You brought it, and I am so honored and proud to know you as people and also as creative talent. the movie kicks Bearer's ass like all over. I mean, it's just a phenomenal film. The lockdown happened like 1 or 2 days before Josh and I, we were going to do some Blu-ray commentary.
Yeah, we were going to do an audio commentary for it. Yeah.
And then everything sort of shut down, and people have talked about this being a cursed film because it's sort of, it's taking forever. But I think in some respects, the lockdown has actually kind of just amped up the level of interest. People are really rabid for this,
I mean, the whole movie is about a curse, I guess, the Demon Bear curse. So I guess it's possible. I guess we're just all excited for the fans to be able to see it. Everybody's been waiting so long, and they're so enthusiastic online, and people have been so responsive to the trailers. Yeah, we're just excited for people to see it.
It's going to be fantastic. I'm really excited about it.
Thank you so much for being here, Bill.
Yeah, I'm going to mosey, later.
All right, everyone. Are we ready to talk about this movie?
Would anyone like to share?
Yeah.
Josh, I want to know, what do you love about the New Mutants comics, and sort of what made you want to tell the Demon Bear saga on film?
Yeah, I finished making Fault in Our Stars for Fox, and I knew they had the X-Men franchise, and I had loved ever since I was a kid. My best friend and I had loved this Demon Bear saga and this run that Bill did on these comics, because it sort of mixed dark fantasy and horror with superhero comics. And I'd never really seen anything like that before. And it looked so different than any comics that I read, they stuck out. And we've just thought about them for years. I remember sitting in my apartment in LA years before I made my first movie. I had a stack of New Mutant comics. And I was like, one day, maybe. So that did end up working out, even though nobody's seen it yet, but they will eventually. Really, it was the merging of all those genres into something different.
New Mutants are dangerous.
Maisie.
Hello.
Hi. What was it like stepping into a new world with such a large fan base after doing Game of Thrones, which had such a huge fan base too, and playing such a more shy and reserved character than Arya?
Yeah, it was really exciting. I was really thrilled to play someone like Rain, because I've always kind of seen myself as more that character, and like I think she's very uncomfortable in her own skin, and like she wants to speak up and wants to say what she feels, but she's like constantly treading lightly. When I play Arya, I'm always like have to command the room and like be really brave and strong, and like that's kind of exhausting, and I don't really feel like that. And so it was really lovely to play someone like Rain, who really is just sitting and watching and listening, and she comes to life when she is with Danny, but in the group, she's somewhat quiet and to herself. And I mean, the whole X-Men fan base have just been incredible. And I mean, the New Mutants fan base, I guess. I don't know if they're the same people. And they've just been like so welcoming. And yeah, I guess this whole superhero world is just bonkers, but I've clearly loved it before, so I'm back again.
I thought it was a dream. I just lost control.
Anya.
Hi.
Hi. From movies like Thoroughbreds to Emma, you sort of excel at playing this kind of misunderstood bad girl. Is it fun playing these kind of characters? And was it really fun getting to do all of those action scenes as Magic?
Oh yeah, big time. Magic was actually, because we shot it a while ago, Magic was the first character I ever had that like stomped into a room.
You don't know anything about me. 16 years old and doesn't even know her power.
I'd never like experienced that where, it's just a lot of aggressiveness a lot of the time. But it was really fun, and I got to play around with that a lot. And the action scenes, yeah, I mean, the whole arm and the sword, you feel pretty cool, I think, when you're doing that.
With limitless potential.
Charlie.
Hey, yo.
Hey.
Hey.
What sort of draws you to playing these sort of outcast misfit roles? Sort of like Sam, sort of like Jonathan in Stranger Things.
Yes,
and
yeah.
how are they sort of completely different from how you are, or the same?
Yeah, it was a good question about being drawn or being kind of looked at in that sense. I don't know. I think with Sam, I guess in a way where he would differ to, a character like Jonathan from Stranger Things. I mean, obviously the powers element, but I don't know. I found that there was this like kind of strength. There is a lot of strength in Sam and leadership qualities that he might have, in kind of the future. You could see where he's going. I mean, in the very beginning. And yeah, there was a real inner pain with Sam, and I guess that was a relation to. I mean, not that I have extreme inner pain, but it was something to go off to give where I can start my character. What I liked, I guess, after seeing the movie as well, and kind of going through the process of making it, was it is superhero film with those superhero elements that are fun, but there was these real kind of inner conflicts to kind of go through as a character and something to grab hold of and kind of create. So it was really fun.
Elise.
Hey.
Hi. Dr. Cecilia Reyes is sort of this wrangler of all the mutants in the movie. Did you find yourself sort of stepping into that role with the actors on set?
They're my babies. I wanted to understand a lot what Josh wanted from this woman, that she's trying to teach these mutants to control their powers and kind of guide them through this path and all that. As a fan, I was excited for it because I could see the details and the personalities and the nuances of each one of them. So it was really nice to see it as a fan and as an actress how they were building that up. So it was a fun character to play. As Charlie knows, her run is not good. She runs in a weird way.
And Blue, you've done this and you were on the originals too. Like, are you a big horror fan? And would you say that anything you filmed in New Mutants sort of scared or creeped you out after?
I'm actually a huge horror fan. I feel like I've seen so many horror films that I've run out of horror films to watch, unfortunately. And, whenever I feel like watching one, I'm like, I've seen it. Actually, I feel that way with most movies. I need to get a life. But no, I don't think anything like scared me or like creeped me out after I filmed it. I think the entire idea of trying to lead a movie that big when I had never done anything but 7 episodes on a CW TV show was scary. So I think every day I left set, I was scared and creeped out. We definitely did some freaky stuff. I think like the opening of the film was definitely in like actually being barefoot and like throwing myself down a hill and like rolling down it and being stuck in a tree and things like that in the middle of the night, like the night shoots in the woods. That was pretty scary.
Henry.
Yo, what's up?
Hi. When I was talking to Josh, he mentioned a very fun story about a day on set where you did not drink any water, and I would love you to tell us about it.
Josh just made calories so I could look good on screen. I was like, Josh, when can I eat food? And he's like, nope, you got. Just kidding. No, dude, that was a thing that I was trying to get right. The physicality of this character. When he emanates solar power, he becomes super strong. So I kind of had to look the part. When you're stuck in the middle of nowhere with a bunch of people your age, you're bound to eat a bunch of, bad food and stuff. And maybe drink. But a day before my nutting up scene, I was like, okay, maybe I shouldn't drink water. That sounded like a good idea. Much regretted good idea. Josh
Don't
was
forget that they kept rescheduling the scene. Don't forget that you kept not drinking water for many days.
Oh my God. Yes, they kept rescheduling my scene. And I'm like,
talking to the AD like, please, I need to drink water.
This will be a deleted scene on the Blu-ray and the digital edition. So we got a bunch of little deleted scenes there. And one of them is you guys playing basketball. And I just remember going up to you and you were like, I haven't drank water all day. And I was like, why wouldn't you drink water? He's like, dude, I have to look amazing because I was like, I would never tell you not to drink water. Go drink water right now.
Crazy.
So committed.
He did look amazing, though.
Yeah,
He did look amazing.
Yeah, but it's a little sad. I saw the pictures the other day and I'm like, damn it, I'm never going to look like that again. Especially in quarantine.
You know, he just didn't stand for us and he came and had lost an incredible amount of weight and was really skin and bones on that. Yeah, I mean, an incredible transformation, but he takes the physicality of it really seriously and just like he looked amazing in that and he looked amazing in a different way on the stand.
Terrifying on the stand, like about to die.
I think the fans will say it was worth it for the pool scene. So, one thing that has really excited fans so far too has been the Maisie and Blue relationship in the film. And, you know, how is it like working together? And are you really excited for fans to see, you know, this relationship blossom, which is so exciting for an X-Men film, for a superhero film in general?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I met with Josh like a while ago and then ended up getting the part for Rain. And then we did a bunch of chemistry reads to find Danny. And just from the first audition that we did together, we got on so well. And it was really wonderful to be able to see a relationship like this in a typically quite like masculine and like just like world of like superheroes, and like it was just lovely to see these two fragile women who just protect one another and bring light out in each other. But I'm glad that the fans are so excited for it because I think it's really important to see relationships like this. I mean, it was an absolute joy to work with you, Blue.
I think I actually think we're including Blue and Maisie's screen test as an extra as well, which is like the Blue was like the fuck of the century. Like I don't know. We hadn't found you. I don't know that we could have made the film. I mean, we looked high and low for Blue, and finding her was such an incredible thing. I don't know that we could have made the movie without her. We could not find someone else. She was the perfect person for the part. And when we saw her and Maisie together, it was just it was sort of the end of the story. I mean, I think they had to kiss, right? I mean, I'm pretty sure they in the audition. So, I mean, it was not COVID times.
You can't imagine how nervous I am. Like, I have to go kiss Maisie Williams. You know what I mean? So, like showing up to the studio lot or whatever. I'm like, oh God, I'm just like sweating. It's very nerve-wracking.
Yeah. Really important. Their relationship was certainly the spine of the movie in terms of following it.
I think like at the heart of it is just this really lovely love story. Yeah, it's just like it just brings it back to reality, I think.
Just like in the comics, they had a telepathic link already, and it just sort of naturally happened that way. We just wanted to have them be characters that you fell in love with as they fell in love.
I hear that you also have a surprise for everyone.
A gift for me in the cast to the most patient fans like in the world. They've stuck by us for so long, and they are just hyped to see this movie. So yeah, we brought them the beginning of the movie. So hopefully the opening will give them something to look forward to.
Well, here it is, the opening scene of The New Mutants.
Cool.
Take it.
There's an old Native American proverb that says, "Inside every person, there are two bears, forever locked in combat for your soul. One bear is all things good, compassion, love, trust. The other is all things evil, fear, shame, and self-destruction."
What's happening?
We have to run! As fast as we can!
Wait!
Don't let go of my hand!
What's happening?
Here, hide here. Have to go help them.
No, Dad, please. Please don't leave me alone.
Danny, I have to go back. Stay here.
All of you have killed someone. If you weren't here, you'd be in prison. Or worse. And you mutants are dangerous.
We know.
This place takes your greatest fear and makes you live through it.
Ooh, scary.
What are you doing?
Gotta get better someday.
Even there!
Let's play a game.
Whoa.
That was
So
awesome.
good.
I'm loving the like raving whale noises you've got going on.
Yeah, that was cool.
A siren.
So good.
I would go see that if I hadn't had to watch it so many times.
That was great.
We're excited for people to see it.
I think that we have one more special thing for the fans. We want to thank the superfans with the chance to be invited to attend an advanced screening of the New Mutants before it opens in theaters.
Wear a mask.
Yes.
But it will be soon. So tweet hashtag New Mutants Comic-Con at home with hashtag New Mutants screening sweepstakes to enter for a chance to win. Let everyone know how much you really want to see New Mutants.
And you might just get to see it finally.
Might happen this time.
Well, thank you everyone for being here today. So great to meet you all.
Bye. Everyone.
Guys, what's going on? It's the last professional broadcaster, Sam Roberts, and welcome to the 2020 San Diego Comic-Con WWE Mattel panel. I'm so happy to be here. 10 years in the making, and there's a lot to celebrate. Look, even though we're doing this virtually, there's still a ton to be excited about. We've got tons of special guests here on the panel today. We've got surprises that they have not told me about, but I'm assuming are great. Mattel's got a million reveals that they have to share with you, and we're just going to sit here for the next hour or so and lust after everything that Mattel's got planned. I'm glad that you're here with us. Don't forget when you're tweeting about all this stuff to use the hashtag WWE Elite Squad and represent all of us here in the Elite Squad. Of course, we're going to be joined by members of the WWE Elite Squad. But before we get there, I would like to welcome in some members of the Mattel Elite Squad. Ladies and gentlemen, you know them well after all these panels, various podcast appearances, social media influencers, corporate Steve Ozer, and of course, doesn't sweat so much anymore, Bill McKenna. Welcome, Steve and Bill.
Hello, everyone.
Hey, everybody. Thank you, Sam. Really excited for all these reveals here today.
You're telling me. I can't believe that we're 10 years into the line. I think it's inarguable at this point that Mattel is making the best WWE action figures of all time, which is no easy feat. But the fact that they have been doing it for 10 years, I remember January 1st, 2010, waking my wife up after New Year's Eve to make sure that we were at every toy store at 9 o'clock in the morning to start going and finding Basic Series 1, Elite Series 1. And now you're looking at these milestones that you've hit. And we're at Basic Series 100 we've seen. I can't really think of a ton of toy lines that have gone this far.
Yeah, I don't think there has been any, Sam. Yeah. You know, I did the same thing as you. On January 1, I was out the door hunting these new Mattel figures and, you know, being a hardcore collector myself and really, you know, celebrating this amazing partnership and all the great work that's been done over the years. We've launched a line called Decade of Domination. Decade of Domination is 2 waves of figures, 10 figures total, celebrating the 10-year partnership of Mattel and WWE. And the fans, you know, they've responded so well to this line. And, you know, just as a reminder, Wave 2 of Decade of Domination is available for pre-order right now at Walmart.com.
Yeah, I'm so excited about this Decade of Domination line, mainly because of that Kane figure. That Kane figure is amazing. The fact that you guys got that moment and have it that detailed, I don't think we have that moment detailed that well in figure form ever, ever, ever. So I'm super excited about the Decade of Domination. And Bill, I think you've been at every single panel that WWE and Mattel have done.
I have.
You have, right?
I have been on every Mattel WWE panel since 2010, which when I look back and think on it is kind of mind-blowing to me, actually.
Yeah, I mean, I hadn't really thought about it until we were approaching this one, but there are a lot of mind-blowing moments that have happened at these San Diego Comic-Con panels. Do you have any specific? I think I know what your favorite is, but do you have a favorite?
I have 3 moments that are most memorable. The first one was actually on the first one, looking down and seeing a tent card with my name on it. Because when you grow up sort of as a, you know, comic book nerd like me, like seeing your name on an actual San Diego Comic-Con tent card is a really big deal. And then also that year we had the video where we announced that we had the rights to make Randy Savage figures, and I was actually involved in taping that video and meeting Randy Savage. So that was, of course, probably one of the most memorable moments of my life. And then 2 years ago was the debut of the Make Bill sweatshirt, which has kind of followed me around as my trademark ever since. So, yeah, I've had some pretty memorable life moments at Comic-Con.
Yeah. I would imagine, though, that because of this style of Comic-Con, you may feel like you can sweat a little bit less, because one of the things that makes you sweat, and one of the things that I get so excited about at Comic-Cons is traditionally you can go down, you could talk to the designers, you could talk to you and Steve, you could find you guys on the floor, you could ask all the questions. And even though you can't physically do that this year, I think it's my job as the host of this panel to represent at least some of that and Bill, I went through the entire WWE universe. I reached out to the WWE Elite Squad, and I talked to him, and I said, what do you guys want to know from Bill? We have to make him sweat. And the question that kept coming back, it was one question over and over again, and it was, is this the year that we finally get an action figure of the last professional broadcaster, Sam Roberts?
In 2020? No.
So, all right. I mean, maybe there's something about hosting this panel, but there's going to be a lot of disappointed Sam Roberts fans out there. Regardless, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of satisfied Mattel and WWE fans out there. So, Steve and Bill, can we get to some of these reveals? Can we see what you have to offer this year?
Whoa.
No.
Wait a minute.
Were you guys really about to do that without us?
Without us? Tell them about the Elite Squad. You want to do this thing with the whole Elite Squad? That's us.
That's us. We are the whole Elite
The
Squad.
whole Elite Squad.
You guys are going to do it without us.
Come on, guys.
Shame.
Be cool. Be cool, guys.
Johnny, Candace, I know that you're as excited as I am to see some of these reveals. So do you want to participate in this with all of us? Do you want to be a part of all of of all the magic?
It would have been nice for you to ask sooner.
Yes, please. We would love to. Like I said, every single year I'm sitting back on my phone, I'm looking up these reveals, and I'm losing my mind. So I'm excited.
All right. Well, Steve, now I think, now you can show us what Mattel's got. Now you can show us.
All right, let's get to some exciting reveals. First up, an all-new line for 2021, WWE Fan Takeover, which will be available in the U.S. exclusively at Walmart. Fan Takeover allows the WWE Universe, the fans, to choose the gear that they want to see on these WWE figures. So there's lots of requests for specific gear, and now fans have their chance to have their voices heard and get that gear into the line. So we're going to reveal the winners of the fan polls. Bill, would you tell us about the winners?
Sure. For Seth Rollins, it was the gear won at WrestleMania 35. Shayna Baszler in the silver and black outfit. Ricky Steamboat in the white outfit worn at WrestleMania 3. And Adam Cole in the black and yellow gear.
Baby.
Very exciting stuff, Bill.
Wow, those look great. I mean, I know a thing or two about takeovers.
Yeah.
A thing or two, just here and there.
A little
I've been on
bit,
a few
maybe.
of them. But yeah, this is such a cool event because wrestling gear holds a special place in my heart. I know in a lot of collectors' hearts, they want to see these different types of gear. Now they get the opportunity to actually vote on the gear they want to see, which is amazing.
Great.
It's cool that we actually have a voice now.
Yes.
But I mean, Adam Cole, Ricky Dragon Steamboat, Shayna. I mean, yeah, you know, she got this.
Her hands do that. She's got her little towel.
Yeah, brand new.
She's got her little towel.
Yeah.
Could there be something better?
There could be something better because there isn't just this wave. Wave 2 is actually coming soon, and I believe someone is a part of Wave 2.
So the results of the polling on Wave 2 are in, and for Randy Orton, we have this outfit from 2004. We have the Christian from 2011 when he was the world champion with the Hit the Switch shirt. For Sean Waltman, it is the NWO X-Pac.
Good choice.
Okay.
And for Johnny Gargano, 3 very very colorful gears. The winner is the
oh yeah.
I figured.
Is this gear? Yeah, I think this is the gear.
Bill, you're going to be very happy about that one, aren't you?
I was happy this one won. I like this gear a lot. I believe I was actually at this match myself, and I think I might have given it 7 or 8 stars at the time.
I think I remember, particularly after I wore this gear, you reached out to me and said you hope to make a figure of this gear.
I'm glad it won.
Yeah. I'm glad it won as well. It holds a special place in my heart. I think it looks freaking awesome. And it's really toyetic. Love that word.
Love the word.
But this gear in particular, very toyetic. So yeah, it's people are going to be very happy about this one.
Do you have one, Johnny? Because NXT fans, when TakeOver is coming, it's one of the things that people talk about. What is Johnny Gargano going to be wearing? Generally, the gear tells the story of the mentality. If it's based on another character, that character is maybe sharing the same passion or whatever it is that has you walking into the match you're walking in on. We know the outfit that Bill wanted because he voted 700 times in his own so he would have this made. But is there one that you specifically, one that maybe hasn't been made, that you specifically went, yeah, this is the next Johnny Gargano figure?
So it was a part of this vote as well. The TakeOver New York gear. just because it holds a special place in my heart for the moment of winning the NXT championship. The little Easter eggs on the gear, not just about like just representing kind of the WrestleMania 12. It had little hints of Shawn Michaels from WrestleMania 12 in it. The boyhood dream coming true. So there's a lot of little Easter eggs in there that I put on my gear. And like you said, there's a lot of thought that goes into it. There's a lot of thought put into this gear as well in Toronto. Little Easter eggs you can see on there as well. But I'd have to say TakeOver New York. I mean, it did not win the vote, but
maybe in the future.
I mean, Bill, it is very toyetic to, you want to kind of toss that one in there as well at some point.
Agreed.
And vote 700 times. I mean, throw this idea at you. Johnny Candace 2-pack.
Oh.
Johnny Candace 2-pack, but also removable attires.
Oh.
Like a Barbie and Ken doll.
And then
but the clothes can come off. So like you can put on like all my gear from every takeover.
I can put on all your
Sure, you can put on all my gear too. You can put my gear on Candace if you want to.
Right.
Go crazy.
But Johnny Candace 2-pack, that's talent takeover. That's
you can put Candace's gear on Johnny too. You could have Johnny Cupcakes
This
coming
is a
out
part
like
that-
this.
This all goes back to customizing, Sam. Customizing.
Yeah, well, I mean, I got to customize if I want a Candice LeRae, right? That's my only option.
Okay, so Sam, I know I've been giving you a hard time, but I have great news for you. Great news. You and everybody else will finally be able to have a Candice LeRae to go along with your Johnny Gargano.
All right. Look at that.
Look at it. It's very exciting, right?
It's so cool.
It's so cool because like when I was a kid, my brothers had all these wrestling figures and there weren't really many girls and I always just wanted one that looked like me. And like, this is just crazy. My nieces are going to lose their minds.
Yeah.
They're going to lose
I'm
their
losing my
minds.
mind. It's so freaking cool. It's awesome. And like just being real, I mean, the fact that one day our kid, when eventually we have a child, is going to be him or her will have their dad and their mom to be able to play. It's nuts. Like it's
crazy.
Little kids who grew up as wrestling fans.
We'll tell them that you now have the figures of the best, possibly the best ever man and woman to be in NXT ever. All time.
The best women's wrestler in NXT right there.
We're doing it.
No doubt.
Candice, mate.
Whoa.
Candice, did you ever win an NXT Women's Championship? No. That was me. Did you ever defend a title at WrestleMania? Actually, that was me too. It was all me, mate. It wasn't you. You're not the best NXT Women's superstar here. I am. And yeah, your action figure's cool and all that, but it's nothing in comparison to mine. Sorry.
Well, I guess that's where we'll welcome Rhea Ripley to the panel. Welcome to the San Diego Comic-Con panel, Rhea Ripley. You're seeing all these action figure reveals. Do you think about wanting a cool action figure? You just said you have the best female NXT action figure there is. I think a lot of people might agree with that. You have a very, the aesthetic to it lends itself to action figures very well. When let's say your WrestleMania match that you just brought up, you came out in white. It was brand new gear, a completely new look. Do you think about this is going to be a great action figure one day?
Of course, I always think about that stuff because, anything can happen. And I've always wanted an action figure of myself. So every single gear that I make, there's always a story behind it. Whether I post that story or not, it depends. But yeah, I mean, if there was a WrestleMania 36 action figure of Rhea Ripley, I think that would be pretty cool.
Well, there's not yet a WrestleMania action figure of you, Rhea Ripley, but we did debut an early look of your upcoming figure a few months ago, and now we're happy to show you a more advanced look. Bill, would you tell Rhea and the fans about this Rhea Ripley action figure?
Sure. We showed the grayscale of this on the WrestleMania virtual panel, and now for Comic-Con, we have the final deco look for the figure. So this is what the first ever Elite Rhea Ripley is going to look like.
That is so epic. Oh my God. Legit. I was trying to picture what gear it would be from the grayscale. And I'm actually really, really happy that it's this gear because this is like one of my favorite sets of gear. Even though it's all black, I absolutely love it. Even got my red stretchers in there, my new haircut. That's awesome. I love it. I love every single bit of it.
And look at all that detailing in the pants. Look at they got all the studs, all the chains, all the rings. That's incredible.
Dude, I have a lot of studs and chains and random bits and bobs everywhere. And you guys somehow managed to get every single one of them. Like, I'm going through it and I'm going through what's in my head, what I remember of the gear, and it's exactly the same. Like, that's just absolutely insane.
All right, let's keep things going with the heart and soul of the Mattel line, our basic figures and our elite figures.
Me?
To start,
you can't say heart and soul, Steve. You can't say that. It's me. Come on.
What did I say?
I said heart and soul. That's my property. Intellectual property.
Well, that's why you have elite and basic figures. It ties very well together, right? So Mattel and WWE's partnership is not the only anniversary that's happening this year. The Undertaker is celebrating 30 years of his career with WWE. And we're celebrating this crazy milestone with a unique elite action figure that's going to have unique packaging with graphics celebrating the Undertaker's anniversary. And this one is coming this fall exclusively to Walmart. Some first time in the line basic figures coming up. Bill, would you tell us about these figures?
Sure. First time ever Mattel WWE action figures of Mia Yim, Humberto Carrillo, and Tegan Knox.
Wow. That Mia Yim figure.
What do you think?
I'm loving that Mia Yim figure. Candace, I mean, that one's in color and everything. That looks really good, huh?
Looks basic. You know.
It is basic. It's not an elite like Candace's figure, but one day, maybe one day, she tries hard enough.
Dream.
Look at Tegan, got the 2 knee braces.
Let's not talk about that.
Okay, we won't talk about her.
Good for
Very
them.
cool. Okay, moving on to a few others.
Sure. We also debuting figures of Dakota Kai and Tony Storm.
Even more first time in the lines. We're very excited to get these out there. Now moving on to elites. Bill, tell us about these.
Sure. The updated to King Corbin with his staff and cape and crown, and Alexa Bliss, and she will be the first Mattel figure to come with the women's tag title.
Whoa.
Bailey, updated Bailey with. An updated Elite Bailey with the poor deflated tube man and the weapon that took him down. Her down.
Look at the tear. You can see the tear in the center.
Yeah, actually
amazing.
There is a tear sculpted in the
really
tube,
dark, guys. Real dark.
Wow, I like it. Let's take it there.
Oof.
Yeah.
Jerry the King Lawler Elite and Mae Young, first ever Mattel Mae Young with the crown and the Mae Young Classic Trophy.
I am so happy with the amount of crowns that Mattel is creating this year. There's so many, and they're all different crowns.
They're all different crowns.
Yeah.
That's what this line's been missing. Crowns.
Crowns.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't even realize at the time, but yeah, 2000. There's a lot of crowns this year.
I love it. I love it.
We have even more flashbacks coming. We're going to have stunning Steve Austin from his WCW days with the first time in the line WCW tag title. We also have Davey Boy Smith from his days as a member of the British Bulldogs with first time in the line Matilda.
Oh. Whoa, wait a minute. Now the dogs are on the table. We have a very
baby.
toyetic puppy.
She's so cute.
She is very toyetic.
Her ears especially.
So talent takeover, Johnny Candace 2-pack with a little Padme as well with us. Poof, flying off the shelf.
That's a great accessory.
Yeah.
And up next, we have even more first-time Elite figures. Bill, tell us about these new exciting figures.
Sure. We have first-time elites of the Street Profits, Angelo Dawkins and Montez Ford, and also the first elite figure of Bianca Belair.
Another crown.
And a cup, too.
Yeah, there's so many crowns in this elite line. And then first ever figures of Angel Garza, Kushida, and Io Shirai.
Look at that Io Shirai. I mean, Rhea, how do you feel seeing Io Shirai in her elite form?
I mean, I have to give it to you guys. You pulled it off, and it's really, really cool. And to be honest, I'd probably buy it just to throw it at a wall. You know, it's good, and you should be proud. It's nice, but it's not mine. So, you know, whatever.
But I guess when you're NXT Women's Champion, you got an Elite figure, right?
I guess so. Way to rub it in. Thanks for that.
Just saying it is what it is. Look, Johnny, question for you. Of all the figures that we saw, you know,
Yo, what's up, guys? Sorry that I am late to the party, late to this fiesta, but it seems like I am just in time to show the entire world, or universe, I should say, the new Elite Ricochet action figure. And if I have to say so myself, he's a handsome man. Look at him. Perfect detail. Mattel did great. Look at the abs. Put some baby oil on them boys.
The torso is a unique sculpt to get all the abdominal muscles on there.
Does he actually have his own
sculpt? Was it hard, like getting all of them in there, or did you have to leave some out?
I had reference, so it was easier than it could have been.
I like it.
I mean,
look, the detail on the gear.
And you see, Ricochet, you've got the two hoods, one with the hood up, one with the hood down. We could have.
I was like looking at and seeing what it was, but that's what it is. Thank you.
Yeah,
pretty nice. I like that.
What goes into your decisions as to what type of attire to wear, Ricochet? What makes you decide to switch things up so dramatically?
Probably my indecisiveness. But I've since I can remember, I've always been like into gear. I've always liked getting new gear. I like opening up the box and seeing what it is. But at the same time, also like Johnny has done, like just growing up, being so enamored and into like the superhero concept of heroes and their costumes and their uniforms. It's kind of the same what we do here. And I don't know. I like. I try to just be different. I try to always come again. Like my style is very in the ring. It's very wild and crazy, and kind of like that's kind of what I have to bring with my gear. Is like just something different. Keep it changing up. And again, like with the bodysuits, like not a lot of people anymore, since there's no like Gold Dust or anybody like that, and not anybody does the bodysuits anymore. And I just thought it would be a cool, like once in a while thing, once ever so often kind of thing. So I thought that's pretty cool.
Well, these elites are so spectacular, but it's because they're so much fun. It's fun to be able to take your Ricochet's hood up and then put it down. It's fun.
Yeah.
And speaking of fun, we should talk about the Fun House, namely the Firefly Fun House, because this is news. The first time the Fiend was in the Elite line, it was one of the most anticipated figures of all time. People have been asking for more Brays. We've seen Bray in so many different incarnations. Now that the Fiend has made his debut, what is next for Bray Wyatt in the Mattel world?
Yeah, we are bringing the Firefly Funhouse version of Bray Wyatt with several of those infamous puppets exclusively to ringsidecollectibles.com. Bill, tell us about this awesome new figure.
Sure. The Ringside Bray Wyatt will include 4 of the puppets, including Mercy the Buzzard, the Witch, Rambling Rabbit, and the evil boss, who looks suspiciously like someone we all know and love.
Wow.
Candace is afraid of Abby the Witch, by the way.
I am so afraid. Terrified.
Anytime she comes on the
Nightmares.
screen.
I'm out.
Out.
I'm out. Oh, I feel like it's looking into my soul right now. I gotta.
Yeah, I think she's looking right at us. Look at her.
Yeah, those marbly eyes are not welcoming.
And this isn't the end of Bray Wyatt figures, new Bray Wyatt figures. Well, we're bringing the fans the Ultimate Edition Bray Wyatt figure. Bill, please tell us why this figure is so cool.
Sure, this is Ultimate Bray Wyatt. This includes his trademark entrance leather jacket and all its rumpled glory. And it also includes his distinctive version of the WWE title that really only he could carry. So it makes sense to have that as the accessory for the Ultimate.
That thing looks sick. That thing looks so cool.
I think the Fiend is the definition of toyetic.
Absolutely.
It doesn't get any more toyetic than the Fiend. Like when his most recent figure came out, I blew my mind, but this is
bonkers.
Oof.
When that
Thank
championship
goodness that
title
mask
was
doesn't glow in the dark, because that would be horrifying.
When that title was introduced too, it was just, you just saw it and you were like, please give us an action figure version of this title, please.
Yeah, I was thinking that as well. Like, this is, I can't wait to make that into an accessory for a figure.
Oh my God. I mean, I can't wait until that Ultimate Edition Fiend is available. You guys know, I came to Mattel's headquarters. I drove down there when you first introduced this line so I could get my eyes on the Ultimate Warrior and Ronda Rousey for the first time. I know that there's got to be more Ultimate Edition reveals, so please don't leave us hanging here.
Yeah, of course. You know, we love the Ultimate Edition line. It's the ultimate in posability. You can recreate everything from a superstar's entrance through all those amazing maneuvers they perform in the ring. We've got very cool figures coming your way. We gave you a little sneak peek of Charlotte a few months ago. You can pre-order Charlotte soon at ringsidecollectibles.com. We also have Ultimate Edition Rock. This one you can pre-order right now at Amazon.com. We showed you a little sneak peek of Hulk Hogan back at our virtual access. So now you can see Ultimate Edition Hulk Hogan in full color here. And now something completely new for 2021, we've got Ultimate Edition Macho Man Randy Savage.
This is, I've been waiting so long for a green hat era Macho Man. I had those sunglasses when I was a kid. I am so happy that this is the version of Randy Savage that's entering into that Ultimate Edition line.
And this will come with an entrance coat with the tassels on the sleeves as well.
Of course it is. That's perfect. I mean, this lineup is so cool because you talked about the posability and the playability and everything that you can do. I mean, just picture what you can recreate with this line. You can recreate WrestleMania Hogan versus Rock. I mean, I know it's not the right Macho and Hogan yet, but you do have this capability to put Macho and Hogan one-on-one with each other and reenact the promos from WrestleMania 5 and, Hogan talking about knowing him like a brother and Macho Man saying, you think you know me? Incredible.
Hold on a second. I heard you think you know me. That's usually a cue for me, except I usually get pyro. Where's my damn pyro?
Oh, I thought we asked for pyro.
No pyro? You asked me to come on this thing. I don't get pyro. That's fine. Sure. Whatever.
It's embarrassing. Well, welcome, Edge. Edge is here. Edge, firstly, what's the haps? I don't know how much you know about Ultimate Edition figures, but I'm glad you're here. I'd love it if you would hang out with us for the rest of the panel.
I would love to, Sam, because I love you like a stepbrother. And I love the word ultimate. I'm the ultimate opportunist. I was at the Ultimate Challenge between Ultimate Warrior and Hulk Hogan. So ultimate is in my DNA.
Yeah, and you had the ultimate greatest wrestling match ever very, very recently. So I am glad that you're here. And, I mean, I would hope that this is an opportunity for you to also be a part of this ultimate line, being the ultimate star that you are.
I like this. Stroke the ego. I like it, Sam.
That's what I do. Trying to make everybody comfortable. Whoa. Look at this.
Whoa. I look like the American Werewolf in London. I love it. Look at that. Got the trench coat, got the details. Warren Starr, who makes my trench coats, you're going to be very happy about those details. Got the hands, but bam. I personally like the wind-blown, like, is it Memorex? That's a dated reference. Head there. That's my favorite, I think. It's a look of fear, maybe some trepidation, some shock, some awe. I like it.
It's actually sculpted so that when you pose it, you can actually do the spear with the hair flying back during the pose.
Nice. And you didn't take out the gray in the beard. Thank you.
Yeah. You left the abs in and also the gray in the beard. That's the level of detail that we have in the Ultimate Edition.
Right? Because for a while there, those pictures, they were airbrushing me and making it look like I was cosplaying a pirate. And I'm like, no, my beard's gray. I'm 47.
Nice. Well, I mean, this is amazing. And this is what the Ultimate Edition is all about, I think. I mean, you talked about the trench, Edge, but look at the level of detailing, every little metallic ring and all the red highlights on it, the shoulders, the Rated R Superstar logo there on the side. I mean, not only is this amazing, but how cool is it for you to have grown up being a fan of wrestling and metal, and now you've got a Mattel figure that is throwing up the horns?
I mean, so yeah, that's my two favorite things in the world besides my kids and my wife combined. It's wrestling and it's metal. So for me personally, I'm very hands-on with my attire, with my gear. Like I designed that trench coat, I designed those tights, the design on the side of my tights, I design all that stuff. I draw it out freehand and then I send it off. So to see all of that come to life on an action figure, it's just very cool. And it's one of those things that I think when you first get into, decide to be a wrestler, you kind of wish for an action figure one day, but I don't think you necessarily understand or grasp how cool it can actually be until you see something like that, because I grew up on LJN figures, the big rubber figures, and they were great and everything, but the attention to detail on this is just ridiculous in a good way.
They really got that look of determination on your face when you were entering the Royal Rumble match. I think that's exactly what that head sculpt is based on. Of all the moments that you've had, because you have some amazing figures. You were part of Mattel's. We were talking about this being the 10th year that Mattel is doing WWE action figures, and you were part of Elite Series 1. So to be here 10 years later and have a figure like this, do you have any specific moments in your career that you felt were more toyetic than others? and any specific moments that you're like, this needs an action figure and hasn't gotten one yet?
Toyetic, I like it.
Toyetic.
I don't know. I don't know if there's a WrestleMania 22 Mick Foley hardcore match attire. That to me is just entirely different than anything else I ever wore. So, there's that. But this captures the Rumble this year. And then that to me, it may go down, and maybe I can change that by the time this is all said and done, but that might be my favorite moment of my career. So to see that night, captured, especially with what a crazy year this has been, that's one of the fond memories of what is a crazy year. So I don't know, this one's pretty special looking at it. But I don't know, maybe Mania 22, maybe the first world title cashing in the Money in the Bank, things like that.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many moments, and for legends like you, Edge, there always are. And Mattel has done such a good job with legends. Collectors like me were really sad to see the Legend series go a few years back. And so Mattel revealing the Legend series returning during WrestleMania season this year was, for me, probably my favorite moment of all the reveals. I know I've already got Legend Series 7 pre-ordered. But Steve and Bill, what else can we expect coming up with the Legends line that's back?
Yeah. Well, you mentioned earlier we're celebrating our 10th anniversary partnership with WWE, and as part of that, we're excited that we were able to bring the Legends line back. You can actually pre-order Legends Series 8 right now at Target.com, but that's not the end of Legends. We have some amazing Legends coming your way in 2021. Up here, we've got the $1 Million Man, Ted DiBiase, and you're not just getting one, you're getting two, because he's the chase figure in the wave. So you get that classic black and gold suit, as well as the silver and purple suit. Another legend coming is Nikolai Volkov from when he embraced America. So good guy Nikolai Volkov coming your way. We also have Dream Team era Brutus Beefcake with classic silver tag title. And once again, you get two Brutus Beefcakes because he's going to be the chase with that cool blue leopard print gear design. And also something I'm super excited about, my personal yoga guru, Diamond Dallas Page, doing some DDP yoga from his WWE run.
Okay, I'm not going to lie. I am a huge fan of Brother Brudai. So seeing Dream Team era Brutus Beefcake with, I don't know if anyone else is noticing this, but the tag team championship is silver. It's not gold. Huge little detail there. And as shredded as he could possibly be, DDP with the huge smile, the chompers out on full display. I mean, I was there for that whole incarnation of DDP with the vest and all of that. So this is pretty badass. But those blue cheetah beefcake, I mean, come on, giddy up. I'm all about that.
Yeah, and you don't get a lot of pre-Barber Brutus Beefcake action figures. You really don't.
That's Dream Team right there. I'm all in.
Yeah, me too. The only thing that I think we have left to do is wait for a Zodiac figure for Brother Brutai, and then we'll have the entire collection.
Yes.
Speaking of people's entire collections, there is one legend left to talk about. This was an announcement made recently that when I saw the figure, I was so excited. And I'm not kidding. My AIM screen name, for those of you that remember AIM, my AIM name in high school was Jibba Jabba Mr. T. So the fact that Mattel came forward and did this for us and did it the right way, I can't imagine not being excited about this Mr. T figure.
That's right, Mr. T, our exclusive this year. So happy to finally include this 80s icon in the line. We know Mr. T was so important to the pop culture boom of WWE in the early 80s. So we're very proud to offer this first time in the line Mr. T figure. He went on sale, pre-sale last month through Entertainment Earth, our great partners at Entertainment Earth, and sold out in just about an hour and 22 minutes. So unbelievable response for this Mr. T figure. But if you didn't get that figure during that initial pre-sale, you have one more chance. If you head over to MattelCreations.com right now, you can try to get this Mr. T figure.
So I have a quick question about this. Does it come with a double album audio of his Hall of Fame speech? Because then
two double-sided records. Man, I love that Mr. T is part of the Elite line. It's so cool.
All right, so now that we've seen the exclusive Mr. T figure, it is the first time in the line, not the last time in the line. So there will be more Mr. T figures. Bill, tell us about what is coming next.
Yes, the next Mr. T in our lineup will be an Elite multi-pack representing the boxing match from WrestleMania 2. Mr. T and Roddy Piper in boxing gear. And they will also have their soft good robes on these figures as well. So this was a lot of fun. This one was a lot of fun to work on.
Amazing. I cannot wait for that 2-pack. Pre-orders coming soon for that. And there is more Mr. T. Mr. T, of course, being synonymous with the 80s, only makes sense to join the masters of the WWE universe. So in wave 4 of 2020, you will be seeing Mr. T, the Fiend as a tribute to Trapjaw, Jake the Snake Roberts as a tribute to King Hiss, and Seth Rollins. A sneak peek of what's coming in 2021, you're going to see the Man, Becky Lynch, joining the Heroic Warriors, the Master of Dragons, Ricky Steamboat, Roddy Piper with his battle armor, and it looks like Macho Man made a heel turn and has joined the evil Horde, the Horde World Order, Macho Man Randy Savage in Wave 5 of Masters of the WWE Universe. Something else we were really excited to reveal about a month ago, of course we know the Heroic Warriors have their battleground, that Castle Grayskull ring, but now we're introducing the Rattlesnake Mountain ring. This ring comes with Stone Cold Steve Austin in an homage to the Snake Men, and Hulk Hogan, another icon of the 80s, joining the Masters of the WWE Universe line. And you can pre-order this bundle right now at Walmart.com.
I mean, that's all anybody needs, right? That's all the 80s.
Wrestling 80s, Mr. T.
Yeah.
That's it. I mean, look at that ring. That's amazing.
Fists. Look at his fist.
They're snakes. This looks like a ring where it'd be Stone Cold Steve Austin versus Randy Orton, Rattlesnake Mountain. That's a dream match.
Wow.
That's what I want to see.
Yeah. That's
greatest wrestling match ever.
Yeah.
No, we need this.
We need this.
This is what we need. Snakes on turnbuckles.
Oh, man.
That's what I want to see.
Rattlesnake Mountain ring. I mean, Austin, Hogan, and Mattel has figured out to somehow combine Mr. T, Masters of the Universe and wrestling into a single action figure. So obviously the WWE Masters of the Universe line is all about combinations and this sort of fantasy world. Ricochet, as you act like a superhero in the ring. If you could enter in to this Masters of the Universe world, how would you envision the Ricochet version of the Masters of the Universe WWE figure?
I definitely for sure would see myself like super handsome, jacked, maybe like a cool little chest piece like they all have, maybe some wings coming out the back, maybe like, because I fly a lot, so like some cool like angel's wings coming out the back. I don't know, something like that. Maybe I'm riding like a flying bison or something. I don't know. It'd be cool though.
I think I think it'd be cool. And Bill,
flying bison.
Of course, a flying bison.
Yeah, like
what is a flying bison?
Okay.
No,
Like, the little kid going up to her parents and be like, "Oh yeah, I want this Ricochet figure with a flying bison."
You got a little dog. I'm gonna have a flying bison.
Okay.
And Bill, I don't think you designed the Masters of the Universe line, but would you go into that department to make sure that even in that line, Ricochet's abs were just perfect?
Yeah,
I would keep an eye on it. Yes.
Good.
Throw some abs in there. Bald head, wings, flying bison. I'm set. Maybe like a lightning bolt. I don't have like a hammer or an axe. I don't have like hammers or axes or anything. Maybe like a lightning bolt or something.
Ride a bison and throw lightning at people.
Yeah, man. This is Master of the Universe.
No,
Come
I
on
get
now.
it, but would you really need to have a flying bison if you already had wings on your back?
What if I was? What if I was tired?
Flying up
That's true.
Oh
yeah,
my
no,
God.
you're right.
Maybe
You're
that
right.
when he is on the bison, that's how the bison flies.
He's
actually flying the
so
bison.
he's got the core strength from the abs.
I think the wings are just for show, guys. The wings are just for looks. The wings aren't like they can't. I can't use them.
You can't use them.
Makes me
You
look
got-
cooler.
you can't use them.
You're having wings then, bro.
No, I can't fly with the wings, but with the bison I can.
But you should
Why you got
be
wings then?
because you could fly like you do in the ring. This makes no sense, man.
Guys, this has been incredible. I have that collector buzz right now. I got that collector buzz where I'm thinking about all the figures that I've got to pick up immediately to add to my collection. I can't believe that Mattel has done it again. Incredible.
Sam, before we wrap up, we all know that all roads lead to WrestleMania, and that's where we're leading to here with our reveals. Hey, Bill, tell us about these awesome WrestleMania figures that are coming in 2021.
Well, first I should start with the Edge from WrestleMania 22, which was mentioned previously on the panel. I'm glad we could surprise you with this.
And let's just preface this with the fact that I had no idea when I was talking about the WrestleMania 22 figure that this was going to be in the reveal. So
I was smiling to myself on the inside the whole time. Also, Goldberg from this year, Shawn Michaels from WrestleMania 9, I believe, and China from WrestleMania X17.
Yes.
X7, yep. And
X7.
Just to note here that Goldberg includes the blue version of the Universal title, which is that version of the title's first time in the line. So a lot of people will be excited about that. And we know that this year we introduced Build-A-Figures to WrestleMania. And in 2021, that will continue. Bill, tell us about 2021's WrestleMania Build-A-Figure.
Sure. This is the first ever Paul Ellering action figure with two swappable heads. So you can do 1992 version of Paul Ellering, or a more recent Paul Ellering, and also I believe the first time ever for Rocco action figure, which I'm pretty excited about.
I remember having Hasbro's and literally going, I wish they would make a Rocco for my Legion of Doom Hasbro's. This is incredible. You're actually going to make me buy 2 sets of WrestleMania figures so that I can get a current day Paul Ellering and an old school Paul Ellering holding Rocco. That's so cool.
Well, and if you cross the streams and go, current Paul Ellering with Rocco, I don't know what happens.
I think the universe collapses. I think the collector universe collapses in on itself.
It may.
Yeah.
All right. And something else WrestleMania related that I'm beyond excited to make happen, something I personally have always wanted, and I know collectors have always wanted as well. For the first time ever in toy form, we are bringing to you the first ever WrestleMania ring cart. So celebrating the great entrances from WrestleMania 3 and WrestleMania 6. And the ring cart won't come on its own. You'll have two options for it. You'll be able to get the ring cart with Andre the Giant from WrestleMania 3 or Macho Man Randy Savage from WrestleMania 3.
Okay. Yeah, I remember being at WrestleMania 6, I wanted to ride on that. I assumed that I could maybe steal it and drive it home. So now technically, I mean, I guess I can't drive that thing, but now I can have my own version of it. So that makes 13-year-old Adam say, woo.
I feel like Mattel is just producing everything that you've talked about in your short time here on the panel. You're like, I'd love a WrestleMania 22 Edge. They're like, okay, we'll do it. You're like, well, I was at WrestleMania 6. Okay, Edge, I got the ring cart for you. Anything that you need to relive, Edge, Mattel has.
Just like that.
I think we made a mistake by not having a young Edge figure included with one of these.
Right? Yeah, in my Hulk Girls tank top with little spaghetti noodles hanging out of it. Yeah.
All right. Look, this is too much. I'm getting sensory overload. Last question for the panel. I need to know, we were talking about all the different legendary matches you could create with Mattel figures, with all the legends and the flashbacks. The combinations are endless. But in real life, to all the superstars on the panel, if you guys could have any opponent for a WrestleMania dream match, both of you are at your prime, who is that opponent?
Rhea Ripley.
Wow.
However, a Beth Phoenix Edge versus Rhea Ripley and partner of her choosing could be pretty badass. I'm just saying. Bret Hart.
So cool.
Bret Hart Iron Man match. If I'm, so there's a couple right there. Just threw a couple.
That counts. Rhea Ripley is Edge. Did you kind of have to say Edge now? He said you. So it'd be rude to, not.
Yes, I was having to think about it when you asked the question. I was going to say Beth Phoenix anyway, so that's perfect. Let's make it happen. Let's go.
What about the Garganos? Who would you, both of you, if you had individual tag, whatever you want to do, WrestleMania fantasy?
I mean, we're throwing out mixed tag ideas right now. And I mean, if Edge and Beth Phoenix want to throw out mixed tag ideas, I think there is two people who would take you up on that offer right here.
I feel like I set myself up there. I don't even know if she's going to
go. I feel like we're going to say the exact same person.
No, we probably will.
We're going to say the exact same person.
Go for it.
Do 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3. Shawn Michaels. There it is. Okay. Yes.
Perfect. What about
2-on-1? So 2-on-1 handicap match against Shawn Michaels in his prime.
Ricochet, how about you?
It wasn't.
Did you not think I was going to ask you?
Wasn't prepared.
I was just listening. I was specifically just listening. Honestly, I mean, there's so many different answers for me, but because it's hard because like Shawn Michaels is one, Rey Mysterio is one, Eddie Guerrero is one, Edge is one. It's hard for me to choose. I'm like just a fan of everybody, so it's hard for me to choose. But I don't know. It's hard.
Yeah.
Maybe the Rock, just because I'm a big fan and I like the rest of the Rock.
I mean, you're also smart to book yourself in the main event that way. I guess I'll.
Randy Orton is up there. And also, like, there's so many people that would like to. It's a hard question for me.
Steve and Bill, are there any like toy executives from other companies that you'd like to take on in a tag team?
I can say names. I can say names. We have a lot of friends in the industry, but that would be pretty epic.
Yeah. Well, look, thank you to Bill and Steve from Mattel for being here. Of course, our esteemed panel of WWE superstars, Edge, Ricochet, the Garganos. Don't forget Rhea Ripley. Also, don't forget. Also, don't forget you can pre-order so much of what we talked about here on the panel. You can get Firefly Funhouse Bray Wyatt from Ringside Collectibles. You can get Legends Series 8 at Target.com. So excited about this Decade of Domination line. Wave 2 at Walmart.com. You can get the Ultimate Edition Rock at Amazon. You can get Ultimate Edition Charlotte at Ringside Collectibles. Rattlesnake Mountain is at Walmart.com. And the first time in the line, Mr. T is available at Mattel Creations while supplies last. Of course, those are all pre-orders. So you'll have mysterious packages showing up throughout the year from Mattel and all of the great retailers of Mattel. You can go to WWE.com to see today's reveals and visit every day through Monday for even more new reveals every single day. Remember to keep posting your figure photography using WWE Elite Squad. And thank you guys. Thank you guys for tuning in and watching us as we reveal everything Mattel's got to offer coming up. And once again, to the panel, you guys are fantastic. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having
you, everybody.
Yeah, thank you so much. That's cool.
everybody for joining us for another diabolical panel with the cast of the Amazon original series, The Boys. I'm your moderator, Aisha Tyler, and I cannot wait to dig into all the details about the upcoming season. We're going to show you a never-before-seen insane clip and share a few surprises. But first, a reminder, season 2 of The Boys debuts September 4th on Amazon Prime Video, so ready your tiny, puny human bodies. And now I am joined by executive producer and showrunner Eric Kripke, Billy Butcher himself, Mr. Carl Urban, the Huey Campbell, Jack Quaid, Mr. Homelander, Anthony Starr, Starlight, aka Annie January, the lovely Erin Moriarty. Get out of the way, the A train is coming into the station, Jesse T. Usher. He's sweet and also very large. Mother's Milk, Lance Alonso. He's the deep and he's always a little damp. Chase Crawford. The female, aka Kamiko, Karen Fukuhara. Mais oui, mon ami, c'est Frenchie, it's Tomer Capone. And a brand new addition to the 7. Please welcome Stormfront, Aya Cash. All right, well, I'm really happy to be here with you guys. I got to do this with you last year at Comic-Con, and I'm stoked to be back for this conversation. And I want to kick things off right at the top here with Eric. Here we are. It's a year later. We've come full circle. Tell me what the fan reaction has been to The Boys since it's come out.
Fan reaction's been incredible. I mean, it's like exceeded all of our expectations. I mean, without, blowing smoke up all of our poopers, like we're a hit. But I think people are really responding to just the superhero bit of turning it on its head, I think. But even more than that, I think people are really responding to the characters, and I think they're falling in love with them, which is due almost entirely to this amazing cast. And they're also reacting to like the satire and the social commentary, which, we worked hard to layer in. So it's very, very gratifying that I think they're getting all the things we set out to put into the show. And, we're all so proud of it. So thanks to everyone at home watching. We really appreciate it.
So when we pick up season 2, where are the boys and what's going on with the 7? Where do we find everybody?
When we pick up season 2, it's a lot more intense. Like we worked hard to make season 2 crazier but also more emotional and higher stakes. So everyone's like in a really tight spot. The boys are wanted fugitives coming off of last season. They're hunted. They're basically totally screwed, and they're doing their best to fight back at Vought however they can. But, season 1 was a big loss for them. Conversely, Homelander killed really the only person who could control him in Stillwell. And so he's increasingly out of control. He's ascendant. He's making Vought a scarier place, and Starlight is sort of trapped in this living nightmare. And so, I think everyone is pushed to the limits in season 2.
Well, I really would love you to expand a little bit on maybe the themes that you touched on in season 1 that you were able to expand on or bring into season 2, because I think what's great about the show is it's not just a great ride. There's these really big ideas embedded in the material.
We try to make this not just like the most realistic superhero show ever made, but we try to make it kind of a commentary on the up-to-the-minute world we're living in, because it's just this strange blur of politics and celebrity and media and social media manipulation. And it says so much about the world that we're in that we really try to, get some pretty sharp commentary in. And so for instance, in season 1, we really explored the Me Too, phenomenon with what happened with Starlight. We really talked about the American weapons industry, a lot of like politics. And So, and we explored all of that. I think in season 2, I would say it's, we continue that and probably make it even more edgy. Because I can say we're going after white supremacy in season 2. We're going after white nationalism in season 2. We're going after systemic racism in season 2. And all of those things really effing suck. The 3 triangles of the show are always strong characters first, madness second, which we have, and then if we can sneak in some revelations or discussions about the real world, then we do that too, and you'll see that in season 2.
I'm very excited to see all of you, but what I'm also very excited about is how people are going to react to the scene that we're about to roll in. It may be the most epic scene on The Boys since Robin's bloody and explosive demise. So let's take a look at a clip from season 2, and hold on to yourselves. No super large mammals were hurt in the making of this scene.
Oh, God.
Carl, I'm going to go to you. What was it like filming that scene? And is that the weirdest thing that you've ever done in your career?
I think hands down, that's probably the weirdest thing that a lot of us had ever done in our careers. The scene was, I think for everybody but Jack, really a lot of fun to shoot. Jack was sitting in the front of the boat, and as you actually saw in that footage, we were actually getting quite a bit of air off some of the waves, and
and Carl was
not a
actually
great place to be. Yes, and that's actually one of the things that I really was surprised and thrilled about. The way that we shot that was, you had all of us actors in the boat, and we were actually doing it. We had a helicopter that was hovering, 80 to 100 feet in the air, flying along parallel with us and flying around us. And it's just, you never get to really experience that. We didn't, doing something for real anymore. It's usually like all done on a green screen, but we were actually out there in the water, doing horrendous speeds and having fun. Well, except for Jack, who wasn't really having fun.
Well, Carl, you were having the most
speed.
fun. Yes. Yeah. I was so surprised because when we were actually doing it, I thought a stuntman was going to be driving it. And then it was you, and we were going at enormous speeds, and I was getting seasick in the back after about hour 3 of shooting.
Yeah, it's crazy. What showrunner would ever let their cast get in such an impossibly stupidly dangerous situation?
Aaron just cares about that authenticity, man. He's just trying to make sure it's real.
Yeah.
Look, I'm trying to get the truth, and the truth, isn't free, man. What can I tell you?
And then did you guys build a big practical whale filled with garbage and gooey stuff and whatever people were throwing out of their trailers that day? Like, was that a big practical piece?
Yeah, they literally built a huge prosthetic whale, and it was on the beach, and it was very practical. You could, we actually end up inside the whale without giving too much away. and it was a pretty surreal experience, and pretty hot and stinky in the in the Canadian summer. It was great.
Oh, good times. The glamour of
Yeah,
Hollywood.
I want to add to that one of the best professional moments of my career was when I told the production crew, they're like, "We're not really building this whale, right?" And Arv Graywall, the production designer, and I said, "Yeah, we're building a whale, and it's going to be 40 feet long and 11 feet high." And started long before we started shooting episode 1. We were deep into building that whale because we knew it was such a huge project. And so much. It was so expensive too. It was such an expensive whale.
But it moved. Like its tail moved, its mouth opened. It was awesome.
And it makes the scenes work because they're interacting with this real dead thing with an exploded belly. It's not just a CG effect. So it was really one of my prouder moments as a producer, actually.
Let me just say, the whole cast gave me so much guff for me complaining about how much I'm covered in blood in the first season. Nobody's making fun of me for that anymore. They all understand what it's like. Ooh, it's not pretty.
Oh yeah. Oh, you guys were picking whale out of your ears and your pants for like days after.
Weeks.
Whale everywhere.
Yeah.
I want to hear a little bit more from Carl about how Butcher is dealing with the fact that this guy that he's been chasing for all of season 1, with the intent on taking his life, that he discovers at the end of season 1 that this guy is his wife's son's father, or in the street vernacular, his wife's soup baby daddy. It really does change the dynamic, not just of Butcher's relationship to kind of who he's been all this time, but obviously his relationship to Homelander.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, the end of season 2 was a complete game changer for Butcher. It is a real paradigm shift. It changes everything going forward for him. His objective through season 2 is to really find Rebecca and rescue her to get his wife back. And so if season 1 was, Butcher really focused on blind revenge for the perceived death of his wife, season 2, really becomes about getting her and saving her. And, the moral questions that arise from that is, how far is Butcher willing to go? How much is he willing to sacrifice? And it's particularly pertinent coming off season 1, where we see that Butcher would turn his back on the boys if he could inflict some, degree of pain and suffering on Homelander, on the Seven. And, there's a certain evolution for Butcher in season 2 where, he has some tough choices to make. Whether, he will be able to do something to achieve that goal, to get him closer to Becca. Will he, again jeopardize his team? And that was a lot of fun to play. Season 2 really, I think, has some very interesting pair-ups. I think I really enjoyed getting to work with Aaron and obviously and Starlight through season 2, which is such an unlikely odd couple pairing. And I think that's one of the things that season 2 does really successfully, is throw people together, unlikely combinations of characters together, and you get to see how they bounce off each other and interact.
There's so much exciting kind of dynamism between characters. You wouldn't imagine them together, but they don't really particularly want to be together, but they're forced together by circumstance or by shared goals. But speaking of motherhood and mother's milk, Anthony, you have some of the strangest scenes.
Speaking of motherhood,
about mothers, I'm like, it's my time.
Is it me?
A little Oedipus.
This guy.
Hey, this guy.
I want to show a photo from a scene that happens really early on in season 2, and I want you to explain to everybody what's going on. Anthony's in a frail emotional state, and he's going through it.
We've seen through season 1 that really this guy is desperately, painfully lonely and desperate for connection. And of course, a big part of that was the lovely Elizabeth Shue / Stillwell, but she wasn't willing to let
Homelander expand in season 1 and, fulfill what he believed he was capable of, his mission, so to speak. So he dealt with his Oedipal complex at the end of season 1. And then I think season 2 has been a lot about trying to find his place. Season 1 was very external, whereas season 2 is very internal. And I guess there's nothing more internal than milk. And so as a way to connect the dots between season 1 and 2 and bring Stillwell back into his world a little bit, he finds traces of Stillwell and reconnects that way. And that is a moment of pure connection between Homelander and Stillwell, season 2.
You're drinking her breast milk.
Exactly. For that.
I'm drinking breast milk.
Yeah.
It's very nutritious, filled with natural antibodies. It's quite good for you. Part of it is that you can see him doing terrible things, but you understand that in a lot of ways he's just deeply bruised, and that's also a component of how much power he has. That he's so powerful, but yet he can't force people to connect with him. He can't force relationships. The one thing he really needs, he can't form.
Yeah, that's right. And I think that, in a lot of ways, and that's the duality of the character, and which is, these guys have really done a great job playing both sides of that. The strongest man on the show is the strongest physical man on the show is the weakest emotionally on the show, in my opinion. And it's fun to bounce in and out of those worlds. But I gotta say, like every time Homelander does something horrible or deranged, it's the best day's work for me. I have such a good time and I just laugh my ass off. I really do. I just think it's hilariously funny that he turns up, zaps the plane, the controls of the plane, and then may as well get out of here. I think it's hysterical.
I was going to say he's perfectly dissociated, which I think is also a byproduct of, I'm sure, Eric, you've been thinking a lot about this, about the idea of like ultimate power corrupting. Ultimately, the fact that he's so powerful means he has a very hard time caring about anybody that is not as powerful as he is. So, he's like, I tried it.
Yeah, and there's also this weird parenting thing where it's I can do whatever I want to my kids. I can say whatever I want about my kids, but you can't. So if someone's bullying one of the 7, then you can expect Homelander to sort of bully the bully back. Not that really ever happens, except for the Deep, which is he's just not really worth much. But it's the Deep. He talks to fish. He's got no respect from anyone. So it's difficult to make that argument about that.
Back for you, baby girl.
Well, let's talk about Huey now, because the season 1 was so transformative for him, right? He goes from being this very kind of timid, low-key, very interior character to, really blossoming in the company of this team of maniacs. And now Butcher is gone. And so what does that do for Huey and his position in The Boys, and how does that transform his experience and his connection with the other characters?
It's interesting because, Butcher essentially, from Huey's perspective, just betrayed everybody. So now he's just kind of left there, and he feels very alone. He feels terrible about lying to Annie all of season 1. Bad move. And he is just super alone. He has nothing. And then he, at a certain point, he starts realizing, okay, what do I do now? I need to, do I keep this fight going? I kind of have to, because I don't really have anything else, and this is the right thing to do. And he does that by, he sneaks a few conversations with Annie, even though they're not technically supposed to, because he's on the run. It's not something romantic yet, although he's kind of hoping it could be. But something I really found fascinating about what Eric did with Huey this season is that, in season 1, he kind of latches on to a lot of people that tell him what to do and how to navigate his way through this crazy world. And in season 2, he's starting to realize how he can do that on his own. and just kind of he's starting to realize who he is on the inside and what he wants to do, not just in relation to what people like Butcher or even the boys or Starlight want him to do.
Was there a specific moment in the season where you felt like Huey had really made a turn, like the transformational moment where he starts to be a little bit more of a leader? Although I think it was showing up with his retainer at the end of season 1. I mean, like, I came to save you with my retainer. But,
if there's one thing that says leadership, it's a good retainer. Great. There's one moment early on where, spoilers, Butcher comes back and Huey's not excited about it. And he gives Huey the old classic, we're going to do this thing, the old Kenan and Kel, we're going to do this thing, it's going to be great, you'll love it. And I think the first time I realized Huey's a little bit different. How did I do, Carl?
You'll love it.
You'll love it. But after that, Huey says, no, I never love it. I never can love it. I censored myself. And that was the first point I realized, like, okay, this guy, he's standing up for himself. He's owning himself a little bit more. He's still Huey, he's still going to scream a lot, but he's coming into his own.
So, Aaron, a big challenge for Andy during season 1 was how to navigate everything that's going on in the world with the Seven, with the boys, and still hold on to her personal moral compass. I mean, she's someone who believes in the goodness of superheroes and wants to be a good soup. So what does that mean for her life, her arc in season 2? How does that manifest?
What was fun about season 2 is, and what I think people will find satisfying in terms of her trajectory, is that she kind of steps into her own power. She's kind of forced to, and into her strength. And her objective stays the same. It's the same thing as season 1, episode 1, when she says she wants to be the best superhero in the world. Her morals stay totally intact, but she's forced to adapt to the dark world that she's become exposed to. And her means to attain that objective totally change. And that's where some really interesting storylines come in, like collaborating with characters and doing team ups that you would never anticipate, and exploring dynamics between her and Huey, for example, who's broken her heart, who she has residual feelings for, who she totally fell in love with. But the only way that both of them are able to attain their goals is to get over that and work towards their goals together. So they have all of this underlying emotional stuff going on and this tension, and yet there's still chemistry there, and they're able to totally tap into their former chemistry. So it's confusing. And then she's got Butcher, who shot her in the chest, yet she's got to kind of join forces with him. So, her objective stays the same, but she hardens a lot as a result of season 1. And what I found really kind of interesting to explore is a really thick wall goes up with her that is inevitable when you take someone who's really earnest, naive and kind of gullible, and then they have their heart broken by every single person in their life that they love, by all the systems that they've believed in. And so she builds up a wall. It's almost too thick to compensate for it, I think. And so beginning of season 2, that wall is up so thickly that perhaps she has, she's still doing the same thing in terms of trying to save the world, but she's a little bit inaccessible. And I think she learns to start to drop the wall so that she balances the line between being informed and not naive, but also finding herself again. So there's a lot going on, basically.
So, Aaron, at the end of season 1, obviously Starlight and A-Train had this big boss fight, and Starlight didn't put A-Train down. He had a heart attack, but it was not the best interaction. And now you guys have got to go back to work together, and I think it's going to be a little awkward. So what can we expect in terms of your dynamic during season 2?
It's not a positive one. Certainly, at least not in the beginning. Basically, there's a mutual figuring out of how to handle each other, and she has to ultimately, blackmail him, which is something she's really uncomfortable with, but she's got no choice but to do. He don't respond too well to it. It's not the most positive relationship.
They're really toxic towards each other, but they're so unpredictable.
A-Train has no idea what Starlight's capable of, and Starlight just doesn't know what A-Train knows. So there's a lot of confusion there.
Yeah.
There is a lot of figuring out.
So at the end of season 1, Jesse, A-Train was in terrible shape. He had been in this big boss fight with Starlight. He had a heart attack. And it means something for him personally, obviously, but I think professionally, he's really afraid of losing his position in the 7. So what is going on with him at the beginning of season 2? And where does he stand in relation to the 7?
Physically, A-Train is in bad shape. He's abused Compound V, and it's taking some very long-term effects on his body. And him being an athlete, that's very much in the forefront of the issues that he has to deal with. But A-Train has so many things that he's been literally running from for so long. Like now he's in the place where he has to just stop, turn and face these things, and it's tearing him apart. He's fueled by this hate and this rage, and a lot of it's self-inflicted, even though he's kind of pinning it on other people. But it's, everywhere he looks, he just feels betrayed or hated or something. Like he's attaching negative emotions to every aspect of his life, and now he has to kind of turn around and deal with these things all at one time, and it's a lot for him to do. The end of season 1 was a lot of confusion for him, a lot of like misplaced anger. It's a lot, it's a lot for anybody to have to deal with, superpowers or not. And it's unfortunate that he takes it out on other people the way that he does. But for him, he just doesn't feel like there's any other way. He wants something that he feels like is his safe haven. He doesn't know that it's, leading to his own destruction, but he's doing whatever he feels like he needs to do to keep the life that he is so proud of, so happy to be in. And he's willing to do anything to keep it. He's willing to die for it. He's willing to kill for it. And we see that time and time again in season 1. He's almost, it's a pretty sad case, but he's kind of ruthless in a sense, where his decisions are always the worst ones because what he's trying to get, he just doesn't care about what he loses in the process.
What I love about the show is how sympathetic all these characters are, even when they're doing really terrible things. And A-Train is really in this position of insecurity, right? He from the beginning, he's worried about the security of his job, and he's willing to do anything to stay on top. And I think that's really interesting because we always see superheroes as just kind of like perfectly formed, and they've got powers and they do things the right way. But this is a guy who feels his security slipping away through the entire season. Season 1.
Yeah, that's something that I like a lot about the show that's unique, that I haven't seen very often. Is like, in a world with superheroes, the ones that you know and love are not the only ones that exist. So for A-Train, having a power that, what we'll learn is like, there's quite a few people who have the same ability as him. They might not be quite as good as he is, but, that is always in the back of his mind. Is like, I'm not the only super speedster in the world. What's important to him is that he's always on top, though. He has to be the best. He has to be the fastest, because if he's not, everything crumbles from there. So he's willing to do whatever it takes to keep that top spot. And it means a lot to him. And we'll learn a little bit more about that in season 2, of like why it means so much and, the things that he's afraid of happening. A lot of what fuels him is fear, to be honest with you. When I broke it down, as I was reading these scripts and talking with Eric and the various directors that we had and kind of just thinking about it on my own, he's afraid of a lot of things that could happen. He's like afraid of his own nightmares. They haunt him and they drive him to doing some really crazy stuff. and despite the fact that he knows better, he just can't control himself. He's like, what do you want me to do?
Right. When you're always terrified, then everybody becomes a threat, right? And there's a threat around every corner for him. And in season 1, Huey really was his main target. But in season 2, he shifts his attention to somebody else because he really has a lot of fear about it.
I don't know if we can say like where it goes. I don't want to give away too much. But yeah, you're right. You're right. He is that guy who has a problem, and instead of dealing with the problem the way that it should be dealt with, he kind of takes it and he aims it at someone. And in season 1, he aimed it at Huey. And a lot of times people, when I talk about this character, they ask me like, did A-Train really believe that, Huey killed his girlfriend? And it's like, no, he doesn't believe that Huey killed his girlfriend. He just needs someone to blame for his girlfriend being dead. And God forbid he blames himself. So he looks at Huey and he's like, you did this, and you're going to pay for it. Hey, Huey, man, good to see you.
Hey, man.
But that's his way of like dealing, is deflecting. And it's really unhealthy, but he just doesn't know a better way.
Right. He has, I think, for someone who's been, abusing Compound V for all that time, you just start to kind of slowly make compromises. And rather than take responsibility for your own behavior, you blame it on other people, which is a pretty typical mindset when someone is struggling with addiction.
He's so dependent on it. Yeah, exactly. He's so dependent on it. The addiction kind of takes over whatever clear mindset he would have had. And it blurs his vision to the point where the only thing that makes sense to him is keep running, keep going, don't look back, and, don't deal. Just don't deal. Right. And everything has been piling up. And then now in season 2 with this heart attack, he kind of, the physical aspect got snatched from him. And now he has to deal with the mental and the emotional state that he's in.
All right. So I want to talk about Mother's Milk. I wonder how your character is going to navigate this in season 2. He's incredibly loyal to the boys. And with Butcher out of the way, he becomes kind of the anchor in a lot of ways and keeps everybody in line. But he also has his own goals, which may be at odds, I think, going forward.
Yeah, no, I mean, it was interesting kind of working through with Eric. Why is Mother's Milk in The Boy? If you really look at Mother's Milk as we find him in season 1, he's got his family. He's got a daughter who he cares very much about. He's got a wife that he is tremendously subservient to. He wants to make her happy. He cooks her tilapia for her. And, why would he risk all of that to join this group of, essentially misfits? And what I loved is that, Garth had taken this character and molded him in theory, after the crack babies, of the 80s, where he was physically infected, with an addiction to V because of his families, working in factories and they ingested it and breathed it in, but here in our version of the boys, in our ecosystem, that's not the case. So what is he infected with? And Eric kind of, beautifully created this infection with being a fighter of freedom. You know what I'm saying? That's what he's infected with is risking what he has in the pursuit of justice. And, even if it doesn't necessarily mean justice for him, but if it's justice for his daughter, who's the future, then it's worth the fight. And so I love that take on this character. There was a tremendous amount of emotional intelligence that I had to bring to this character, because what he had to be within this group was the voice of morality, to keep us from going so far over the edge where we might become as dark as the Soups, so that we don't forget why we're here and what we're fighting for. So that's kind of the line that I try to always measure is when we have a scene together as a group and we're planning what we're going to do is, morally speaking, what would Mother's Milk do? And try to kind of steer the group in that direction.
Mother's Milk is like the physical manifestation of the moral soldier, of the guy who will go into a fight because it's the right thing to do. Almost none of the other characters on the show really have that same kind of internal moral compass. They're motivated by their own personal desires. But Mother's Milk is like, no, I'm loyal and I've got to do the right thing because that's just who I am.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, when Butcher comes to him and says, we can put an explosive device up the anus of a superhero and blow that superhero up, Mother's Milk's like, that is what I need to do with my life.
Right thing to do.
did intrigue him. I'm not gonna lie. It did intrigue him. I think that there is a tremendous amount of, hold on a second, guys. Let's pull back here. Let's think about what we're gonna do. Is this really the way? And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. If we just went for ours with no type of pushback within our own group, then the show would be over in 2 episodes. So you need somebody to kind of hold us back. Wait a minute, hold on a minute. Have you thought about this? And you need somebody that's going to be the conscience of the group. You got your little bad devil and the good angel on the shoulder. I kind of see Mother's Milk as the good angel telling everybody, whoa, let's not jump off the cliff yet. Let's try this approach.
Now, guys, out there in virtual Comic-Con land, we have a very special question from a very special guest that sent in a video message just for Chase Crawford. So let's play that clip now, and then we can answer.
This is gonna be good. I already know.
Ooh.
Oh.
What's that, baby girl? Oh, yeah. Season 2 is way better, isn't it? Yeah. I think so, too.
He's so cute.
Yeah.
Outrageous.
I miss you, too.
I miss you, too.
Yeah.
Twerking.
I'll see you down in the keys.
Who's twerking for you, Chase?
Oh my God, I know. She was making it clap.
I'll join her down the Intracoastal Waterway, down to the Florida Keys. Bring the lobster. Love you.
That was a very attractive dolphin, and very, very verbal she was as well.
Very vocal.
Seriously, I think one of the most interesting and complex personal journeys on the show has actually been the Deeps. I mean, he's been the one who's really hit a true rock bottom. He's exiled from the 7. He's alone in Sandusky, Ohio. He does what every teenager does when they've had a terrible emotional experience. He shaves his head. He's really going through it. I want to hear a little bit more about what your journey's like in this season. I know, but without giving any spoilers, you again have a really transformational experience in season 2 as well. Your character is really not just trying to find his way back into the 7, but figure out who he is, I think, on some level.
Yeah, I know you said it. I mean, my hair's back. That's the important thing. It's
exactly.
here.
That's the most important thing.
No, I mean, the first season, even the first couple episodes, I was with other actors, other characters, and but it's been very interesting being quite literally on my own journey, and I think being in Ohio was tough for him, a little bit like quarantine. He's started out making margaritas, and then he was drinking from the bottle, and then he was in a very, very, very dark place. And I think with someone like the Deep, I mean, he's not very self-aware. And I think he finally was confronted with his own inner turmoil and trying to figure out who he is. And he was very ripe for getting, pulled into a certain kind of spiritual journey. And he goes on a few different quests to find love and to find connection in that way. And and there's some humor interlaid in there. We see on the whale, and it's interesting. I think he still wants to be back in the 7, and it was fun.
To me, he represents a very specific kind of archetypal or stereotypical idea of a Hollywood character, a guy who doesn't really know who he is outside of the public gaze, right? So when he is kind of relegated to obscurity, he really falls apart because his sense of himself is completely tied up in his position in the 7.
You're exactly right. No, being in somewhere like New York and being famous, you can get really, he was totally wrapped up in that identity. And when that rug is pulled out from you right away, and you're stuck in Sandusky, Ohio, with just a water park. you really are confronted with not knowing who you are. Someone joins him, from his past, and it's a very interesting storyline he goes on.
Yeah, he has a triumphant return, and it's quickly deflated by a speeding boat. But his journey is really entertaining. I think people are really going to love it. Karen, your character is a woman of few words. Actually, absolutely no words whatsoever.
No words. We can say it.
No words at all. But she makes herself perfectly understood. How has that been for you as an actor? Has it been challenging or has it been freeing? Because I know when I show up and I have no lines, I'm like, it's a no line day. I'm so happy.
Yeah.
Has that been really freeing for you?
I mean, for sure. I know that some of the castmates, I think Laz said something one time. He was like, I would love to not have any lines. And it's true, it's nice not having to learn that, but it's definitely a challenge as an actor because I've never done a role like this before. And even in season 2, we kind of dive into more of her psyche and her emotional state, more so than her physical side. So definitely a challenge, but fulfilling in the end. Yeah.
It's super physical also. I mean, what that means is not just that you're doing a lot of incredible emotional work with your face, but you're doing extraordinary physical work with your body. It's super stunty. Is there anything special that you're coming into that, like approaching those days differently than you would normally approach acting day? Because it's pretty punishing. I mean, there's some pretty big, I don't think it's spoily to say there's some pretty big boss fights in this thing.
Yeah. I mean, for the physical bits, I work with a fantastic trainer named David in Toronto, and Teague Fong, our stunt coordinator, is just amazing with all the choreography. He helps us learn all of the bits ahead of time so that we're comfortable on the day to perform them. And yeah, I think it's a balance of training your fitness to build the muscle, and then learning the choreography appropriately so that you feel like it's second nature. It's already in your skin by the time the cameras are rolling. This season, we got to do a stunt. We called it the Black Widow stunt. And we got it on camera with me doing it. So I'm excited for everyone to see that.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, the action this season is explosive. It's really, really cool for everybody who's watching. It's spectacular. We get to learn a lot more about Kimiko's past. There's some big reveals about where she came from and how she got to be the person that she is. And we can't say anything more, but I think it was really exciting to go on that journey with your character and really get to understand who she is, why she is, potentially why she doesn't speak, which I think, I think is going to be really exciting for people.
Her relationship with her history that we find out in season 2 also alters the relationship that she has with Frenchie a little bit. And it's interesting to see different sides of her come out, not so much the feral animalistic side, but her growing into her own womanhood and individuality, I guess. Yeah.
So much of Frenchie's time in season 1 was about trying to save Kimiko, trying to bring Kimiko out of her shell, trying to protect her. And what we will see is that maybe Kimiko doesn't need any protecting at all. We get to spend a lot of time with Frenchie and learn a lot more about himself. Tell us what you can about how we expand Frenchie in season 2, how you got to grow him as a character.
In season 2, the fans, the audience do get a chance to peek, through the window, the door, to all kind of different characters in season 2, including Frenchie, which you're gonna get a little sneak peek of origin story. I think that's how you say it.
Yeah,
right.
That's exactly right. Yeah,
and I mean those things to me as a kid, like being a comic book fan, or even just being a kid, or just being me. I love this stuff so much. Like the chance to get to know a character. You're gonna get to know how Frenchie got into the boys, like other characters did, and gonna even get to know his real name, which is really interesting. And it was exciting to me as an actor, and I can't wait fans to see that.
Yeah, he goes on a real ride this season. He's been attached to Kumiko, like really he's been by her side this entire time. And because of her transformation, because of her growth, they have to separate a little bit and they have to figure out who they are on their own. And that's really difficult, I think, for Frenchie, because he's made her his mission for so much of this.
Exactly,
season.
You're right on point. That's right. All season one, Frenchie did was kind of hang on to what he saw as the most beautiful thing he could, take care of, which was the female. And in season two, he can't take. I mean, she can't take it anymore. She got to spread her wings and start talking. Really, guys, not really. But and that puts Frenchie a really, really, first of all, lonely spot, and second of all, he needs to deal with his traumas, and there's a lot of them. And that's what I love about this season so much. Again, the fact that, the stories are so well taken care of. I was just amazed by everyone's performances in this season and the way we just get, I think, so much deeper and further away. It was amazing.
It was wonderful to watch that transformation for both of your characters, because I just felt like there was so much real emotion in that relationship and so much injury for both characters, and you really care about them. And then things explode, which is the best combination in a show. A little bit of tears, then something explodes. Perfect television.
No tear stick, all real tears.
Yes.
Real tears in the
all
boys.
Real tears. Awesome. We have a new character on the show this season, Stormfront. And right away, I think we're going to find out that Stormfront is a little bit more, she's got a little bit more going on than we see at first blush. She is absolutely a match for Homelander. So, and he's spinning apart, and then he meets somebody who's at least as intense and as kind of out of her tree as he is. What when you first read this role, did you know exactly what the backstory was going to be for your character when you came on board?
Yeah, I basically, I was given some sides that show a little bit of sort of her social media savvy, and maybe a little of what's going on underneath. And then Eric and I chatted about what was going to happen. So I didn't necessarily know from beginning to end, but I definitely knew who she was. And I was really excited to play her, mainly because I thought there was no chance that they would let me play her. When I first got the sides and I realized what it was, because there was sort of a little disclaimer that came with the role, I think I said to my agent, I even have a text from the waiting room being like, there's no way this is happening, but I'm going to have so much fun in this audition. And so then he let me do it, which is exactly what I look for in a role, is something that I don't
somebody
think
giving it to you?
Yeah, basically a job.
Me too.
Me too.
I think that's what we all want in a role, is getting it.
Yeah.
Right.
I want to get paid. But I also, I look for things that I don't think that I'm necessarily good at, because I think that's the fun part about being an actor, is trying to do new stuff. And sometimes you run into people who are like, no, I can see the thing in you that's excited about this and that knows this, even if you're not necessarily the typical fit for what you would think of this role, for many reasons, some of which are obvious, like I do Zumba as a workout. I am not a kick-ass superhero. And then for some reasons that will sort of be examined or will be revealed later in the season.
Well, you are killer in this role, and I think it doesn't spoil the show to say right away that when you come in, you're a different kind of female character than we've seen in the 7. And one of the things I think that the show does beautifully, and Eric, is that you make people so complex and so likable, and then you kind of exploit all of our loyalties, and without giving that up. I mean, when Stormfront comes in, she feels like this breath of fresh air. She's a badass. She takes no prisoners. She's not going to take anybody's guff. And so you really love this character off the bat. And then hilarity ensues. But I don't want to blow this up. I mean, this Stormfront storyline is just, it's extraordinary, and it's very prescient for where we are right now in our culture. And that's not even a question. I guess I want to know what that felt like to play her, because, you know, you have to do and say some pretty unusual and extraordinary things. But the storyline itself, I think, really serves, you know, where we are, like in the real world. It really serves that up on a platter for the viewers.
Yeah, I mean, what I think is so great about The Boys, and I got to also see episodes before I even auditioned, so I sort of came in as a fan. And what I love about it is that it's so topical, and it takes, what I love about all sci-fi and comic books and fantasy is that it allows us to look at current issues without, with some sort of distance that allows us to see them clearer. Because when we talk about current events, often people take things very personally. And when you are watching something that is a fantasy or in a heightened world, you end up being able to sort of listen better and learn new things in different ways because they're out of your personal context. So I was really excited about that. That's not to say that there weren't really hard moments of being a human being and playing a role, someone who I ultimately violently disagree with. But I also, you know, my job as an actor, not to get, but my job as an actor is to find the humanity and go to like the ugly, gross parts of ourselves. And it's Eric's job to decide what happens to that character. And I think that he has done a beautiful job of both allowing her humanity and hopefully punishing her.
That feels right. Eric, I want to circle back to you just on the global themes of the show. It's so fun. Obviously, it's such a wild ride, but it has these really big ideas, you know, buried at the core that make the show the kind of thing that you can watch a few times and each time get something different from what you're seeing.
Yeah, I mean, we just really try to be very character forward in the show. I mean, I really think that's the compass of getting this tone right, of just when you look at these superheroes, explore the most stringent, try to apply the most stringent reality to how that character would really behave if they had those powers. Because I think the thesis of the show is, you know, superheroes with power are inherently people. And so they are prone to the types of challenges and potential corruption that happens when you get so much power and access. And, you know, the metaphor that, you know, when we started with Seth Rogen and Evan Goldberg and I, you know, we started with the metaphor of celebrities, of how so many get, you know, so much access and suddenly can do whatever they want. And I think one of the theses of the show is power doesn't actually corrupt you. It just reveals the thing that you've secretly always been. And, you know, and so we get an opportunity with these heroes to, obviously it's horrible behavior. It's just terrible. They're terrible. So many of them are just
They're terrible people.
Truly terrible people. But well,
they're the funny kind of terrible, yeah.
Yeah. But with that being said, I think, you know, and what these actors, the humanity they bring to the part is amazing. And I think in partnership with them, you know, not only do I hate writing just straight villains, like I'm kind of incapable of it. Like I don't understand it. I'm always like, well, why did they act that way? And what made them the way they are, and what would force someone to make such a horrible choice. And certainly that's what I bring to the scripts, but then these guys carry it all the way by bringing all this, you know, complicated, messy humanity to the roles. And so we end up with, you know, I don't want you to agree with what these superheroes do, but I want you to understand why they're doing it. Right. And I think that helps make the show a little more, a little more complicated.
So I said earlier that I'm a big fan of the show, and I'm very excited about this next announcement. Here to tell you something that's going to be coming up for you and all of us fans of The Boys are executive producers Seth Rogen and Evan Goldberg.
Hi.
Hello.
It's Seth and Evan in the best way possible, not in person, on a screen. Thanks for having
It's
us.
still side by side.
Exactly. We're one room apart from one another. This is a practical wall.
Five.
Yeah, exactly. But yes, thank you so much for watching The Boys.
Thank you so much to all our fans for watching the show. It's the greatest. We're just so pumped about it. It's a dream come true.
Yeah, and because this show has fans and it is watched by people like you, they have decided to renew it yet again for a third season. So if you like The Boys, you got more of it. Thank God.
Yeah,
it's
we
very
never
exciting.
know if things we make
Yeah.
are going to keep moving on forward or just get shut down. This one's not shut down yet.
No, exactly. When can we film season 3? Anyone's guess. Hope sometime this decade. But
We don't know where, we don't know when, but we're going to do
exactly. Don't be surprised if you see a lot of superheroes in what are essentially hermetically sealed outfits that do not allow any of their breath to interact with anyone else's breath. It's just a wardrobe choice. Has nothing to do with the current climate. But thank you so much. We appreciate it. And we hope you enjoy the third season as much as you are about to enjoy the second season.
And I'm really looking forward to meeting the new members of the Seven, Biohazard, and Social Distancing. That's going to be dope.
Exactly.
Super excited for those guys. The
Exactly.
cough. Yeah, and cover your hand, cover your mouth.
Exactly. Thank you so much.
Awesome.
We appreciate it. Thanks for having us.
Thanks, guys. Congratulations, guys. That's amazing. So exciting. It's an early pickup. I mean, it's always nice to be able to announce at Comic-Con that you're coming back for another season. And so we want to thank everybody out there in Hall H for all of their support.
Thank you.
Now, since we're making announcements, I've got one more piece of really exciting news. There is going to be a brand new after show for The Boys where we're going to unpack each week's episode. We're going to dig into the affecting themes and big ideas that underpin this world and offer exclusive works at exactly how the sausage gets made. The show is called Prime Rewind Inside The Boys, and it will be hosted by yours truly, Aisha Tyler. And it right after the show, and new episodes are going to post each week along with the series. And I'm really excited about that. As I said at the beginning, I love the show. I'm a big fan, and it's going to be so much fun to get to nerd out with you guys every week. And I just want to say that it was great to hang with you guys last year when we were getting ready for season 1 to come out. I'm a big fan. I'm thrilled to be here with you again. I'm looking forward to doing this back after season 3. In San Diego, hopefully.
Yes.
See Me Free and back in effect. Because it's a great show, and it's not just entertaining, but I think it's one of the most thoughtful superhero shows out there. So I'm thrilled to be a part of this. I want to thank everybody who's watching out there around the world for joining. The new season of The Boys drops September 4th with the first 3 episodes, and then we'll be back each week for a new episode through the October 9th finale. And every week, Prime Rewind Inside The Boys is going to drop so that you can hear and talk and discuss with all of us the themes, the big ideas, and the crazy moments that occur in season 2. I've seen the entire season. It is a doozy. And in the immortal words of Eric Kripke, the pooper hits the fan. So everybody check out the new season of The Boys. And we'll see you this fall. Thanks for watching, everybody.
Right.
Thanks.
everybody. Welcome to Image's crossover panel. I am Megan Hutchison, and I am here to introduce the teams that brought you Ghost Fleet, Paybacks, Buzzkill, Redneck, Baby Teeth, Interceptor, Guardians of the Galaxy, Thanos, and God Country. And they are joined once again to create a new project for Image called Crossover. So I want to introduce Donnie Cates, Jeff Shaw, Dee Cunniffe, and John Hill. And I'm going to kind of step away and let you guys talk about it. So Donnie, do you want to tell us why we're all here?
We are here because it is a beautiful day in San Diego while we're all gathered here at Comic-Con International. Once again, I just want to say thank you to everybody in the audience. You guys can't see them, but there's an entire room in front of us full of con attendees. I'd say give yourself some noise, but I guess they've all been given and you can't hear them over their masks. Yeah, thanks for being here. I don't know what to say. Certainly you guys by this point have seen the teasers and have seen the chatter online and seen the absolute silence from all of us and are probably wondering what the hell crossover is. I will tell you what crossover is to me. Crossover is the scariest goddamn book I have ever attempted to produce in my entire life, and that is why it is the most exciting thing that I've ever done. My teammates here will help me to try and elaborate and explain this thing to you because, again, it is insane. But the basics of it are, imagine Avengers Endgame, but as Cloverfield. And by that, I mean this. In January 11th of 2017, Jeff Shaw and I released a book called God Country. And Jeff and I were sitting around in my apartment then, such a long time ago, talking about, we had just done a signing, multiple signings here in Austin. And we were talking about and this is before I was at Marvel or anything, and we were talking about the nature of event books and how really the last story the story that's never been told in these like big summer event crisis secret war and huge mega summer event titles, the last story that's ever been told is the story of that guy on the sidewalk selling hot dogs and how utterly terrifying it is for that person. And so he started to think, and this is, again, mind you, 2017, and it has taken us this long to get our head around this. Crossover started life as an anti-event series. An event series told from the point of view of an everyday person. It then began to, as real life events in the world started to unfold, and Jeff and I started talking about it more, it has evolved into something, it has evolved into a comic that I promise you have never seen anything like before. The premise, let's just get to that. What if one of those mega event, huge company, line-wide company, like across company crossovers became so huge and so epic that it literally, a portal opened up in the sky and it collapsed into our actual world, into the world in which you and I exist. And we follow a comic book shop employee and a band of kind of misfit characters, some of which are new characters, some of which may be familiar faces, as they try and kind of get, or not try to, but they kind of get swallowed up into this thing and try and get to the bottom of just how this thing happened. along the way, it's kind of a quest series in the same way that you would see like a Dark Tower series or a Lord of the Rings series as they go on their quest to try and get to the quote unquote crossover kind of ground zero, where everyone is. Along the way, they encounter again faces both familiar or rather not familiar, new faces, new characters, and perhaps characters from other realities that have collided into our own. It's a book that makes a lot of promises, and I hope that you will trust us enough to come back each month to see if we can actually pull this shit off. Because again, as I stated in the beginning, the most exciting thing about this book, and Jeff and I have had this conversation a million times, is that we have no fucking clue if this thing is actually going to work. But that's what's so exciting about it. And
that's how we know we're doing something good.
Yeah, I like that. I like to think so too. Because I remember a long time ago sitting down to write a story about an old man and a magical sword and thinking, is anybody going to read this? Does anybody give a shit? Like, and so it has that same kind of weird magical energy around it. And it's taken us so long to kind of get our heads around it. And it's also informed by a lot of things now that, like, it's funny that coming from me, especially, to be saying that I'm writing an anti-event book, being as how I'm the guy who writes a lot of events at the Big Two. This book is not an attack on comic books. It is a celebration of what comic books can be. And as a celebration of what the art form can be, because at its core, it has a lot of things to say, and it has a lot of layers to it, meaning that if you want to come for a fun story and for just something for escapism and fun, that's absolutely there for you. If you want to start peeling back the layers of this book and see what we're really talking about and seeing the metaphors that are in the book about things that are going on today, that's there for you too. I mean, the idea that we're essentially following a bunch of creator-owned characters trying to survive in a world where everything around them is dominated by superheroes, speaks volumes about our need as independent artists to kind of make a stake and be loud, try and be as loud as the loudest Marvel and DC book out there, in a space that at Image that allows us the freedom to do whatever the we want, so yeah, it's crazy, guys. Am I getting anywhere close to describing what the this book is about?
Well,
yeah, definitely.
What
I think.
Oh, sorry, John. Go ahead.
Oh, it's okay. Yeah, I mean, like when you called me to tell me the concept like 3 years ago.
Yeah.
And I was like, I didn't really get it at first. It's like a lot of the concepts were like really out there, hadn't been done before. And it just sounded like such a big thing. It's like, how is this going to translate into something that's actually readable from the start? And after, going through this first issue and into the second, it works. That's my opinion. I know you don't know if it's going to work or not. I think it works really well, and it's cool too because it's a great concept. We're seeing a snippet of this world, and I think one of the other cool aspects of it is the techniques being used from a visual standpoint.
Absolutely.
You haven't seen it. You haven't seen anything like this before. It's really different.
Yeah.
And as we're going to go along in the story too, we're going to start seeing a lot of really different stuff in there that I think people are going to be scratching their heads.
Yeah, I think that's worth touching on. I was just going to say, D, from a technical standpoint, you've had to handle you've had to do so much storytelling on your end through the coloring of this book, because the book is so much colored like our world, right? But then there's certain pieces of it that, like, do you want to elaborate on like what I'm?
Well, I don't know how far you're going to let me elaborate on, but
yeah, there's certain pieces of it that you have to color differently, because there are elements in the book that don't come from our world.
Yeah, well, I think you told me about this. I think about 2 or 3 years ago as well. One night after a convention.
Yeah,
and I was thinking about it for like 2.5 years and formulating ideas and I hadn't actually seen the art at that stage, and I didn't know where Jeff was going with it. But it was like when I wrote the first few pages arrived in, it was like, yes, this is exactly how I pictured it. And those first, I don't know, 5 or 6 pages that we were working on, they took a long time because we were trying to create a visual language that we could, you could point to something in your script and say, do it this way.
Right.
And I would know what you meant, and you would know that I'd be able to pull out that idea, because there's so many different kind of things we're playing with. We've got, is it going to be in black and white? Is it full color? Is it line art? Is it other?
Right. Yeah.
So it's every page is mentally challenging, but it's a great challenge. It's, when a page comes in, it's like, oh, how am I going to deal with this one? So
when I see, because when I say, like, I genuinely, like, you're not, you when you read this book, you're going to see things that you've literally never seen before done in a comic book, and not just in. I mean, look, I'll just say this. I mean, sorry, I'm getting a delivery. This is how we know we're not really at San Diego Comic-Con, because the postman just came and dropped something off. But you know what? Why don't I stop talking about it? And we have some pages to show. So why don't we show people a little bit about what it looks like, and what crossover looks like, and what the actual literal what would it look like if a giant summer, Marvel DC, whatever, giant crossover erupted into the middle of our world. So why don't we show some art right now? So as you can see in there, D is having to absolutely distinguish between our world and that world, whatever that world is, and whatever is
contained in there, and whatever, shall I say, gets loose from there, and it begins to interact with our very real people. So yeah, Jeff, I mean, do you want to talk about like putting together this book, and like, because I know that like Jeff, when you and I talked about it, I remember months would go by and we thought we knew what it was, and then I would call you and you'd be like, where the fuck did all this come from? Like, what are you doing? Like, you're getting out of, like, this is getting out of control.
Oh yeah, it was out of control from the get-go.
Yeah.
But we've it's been I know I was just as daunted by you, but excited by the scope of it, and the fact that, you know, we were taking on something that had I've never seen before in a comic book. But yeah, how to do that was it took longer than I expected to even wrap my head visually around what we were doing. And this, when you I got the first script, you know, you'd taken it in such a cool, you I think managed to wrangle it in and wrap it, and then give us a cast of characters that really showcased and allowed us to get into this world. But visually, yeah, it was definitely a challenge, especially, you know, working with D, whose colors are just bonkers. They're so perfect. I think we got it to the perfect place. It wasn't overnight. We had to bounce things back and forth, and a lot, and just to you know, visualize this vocabulary that we were kind of creating.
Yeah.
It was exciting and fun, and that's, like I said, that's how I know it's a good thing, because if or an awful thing, but I think it's going to be exciting.
Either which way, it's going to be. I promise you, either which way, it is going to be worth your time and worth your $3 every issue. I promise. Issue. It's an ongoing series. I'll say that. And Jeff, I will say this. I have, in the history, Jeff and I have been working together now for about 10 years. And issue 6 of our first arc has a sequence in it that I don't think I have ever been crueler towards Jeff. When I'm not going to tell you what it is, but issue 6 as one of the more, I'm just going to go ahead and say it, one of the more epic and I would argue historic sequences in comic book history in it. And that being said, I did want to touch upon really quick what Jeff said, because it does have this, the book does have this very human element to it. You know, because in the same, I was inspired a little bit by, you know, by the Leftovers, right? In the same way that the Leftovers is about this giant event that happened, but we kind of get glimpses of it, but then it's about how you live in that world now. You know, it's about like how that thing has affected the world. So like in the world of crossover, how does the idea that the notion of fiction has now kind of died, when every fictional character that you can ever think of is here in our world? You know, how does that affect, you know, society? How does that affect the notion of the comic book store? You know, that's you know, people are you know, I mentioned earlier in the book that, or in the panel, that you know we see the crossover as if it were Cloverfield, as if it was a horror zone, because that's what it would be. you know, because in these big epics, you know, the superheroes never stop and explain to the normal common man why everyone is fighting. For everyone like you and me, it's horrifying. It's terrifying, you know? And so what does that do to the notion of heroes in this world? You know, is it still cool to walk down the street wearing a Superman shirt when Superman, you know, and Batman and Iron Man and all these characters erupted into the middle of the world and destroyed an entire city during their fight in our world? Like, you know, is it cool to be, you know, like a fan of those characters, to look up to those characters? You know, it fundamentally changes the laws that govern the entire society, because when the notion of fiction gets shattered, well, then so does the notion of reality, you know? And there's some people like our main characters who still believe that these entities, that they're here for a reason, that they must be here for a reason, and that this thing, you know, can be something good. They are, you know, to use the term, they are some of the last true believers, you know, in a world that hates and fears them, you know, because for the most of the rest of the world, this thing that happened was, you know, an atom bomb, you know. So Crossover is a book that is, you know, an event book like an atom bomb. And I think that that's kind of what we were going for in that cover that we showed.
So that actually brings up a good point, because you guys, like, this book has a lot of themes that are very relevant to what's going on right now. Do you guys want to talk about it? Like, you know, there's a lot going on here. Are there like certain themes that you want to talk about that would get people interested?
Well, certainly for me, you know, I touched upon the idea that, like, the notion of creator-owned books, you know, trying to survive in a world dominated by you know, big two titles is certainly something. But also the idea that, and I'll just say this as apolitically as I can, doesn't matter which side of any of this that you stand on, but the idea of watching from afar as the powers that be endlessly fight amongst each other in the name of protecting you while ignoring you is certainly something that is hard to miss in this book. And I think that when you read the first issue, you will see that you know, the people from this world, you know, I don't want to give too much away, but I'll say this, you know, it wasn't just a bunch of superheroes who got brought over during the crossover, the event as it's called. There were normal people too, like citizens just from over there, right? And they are, I don't want to spoil too much, but they are incredibly persecuted for being other, for being not of one of us. And that is a major theme that runs through the book as well. The notion of, you know, the notion of, God, it's so hard to talk about it without spoiling things. One of our the crossover, like where the portal opened up and kind of like merging happened, took place in Colorado, and it's now like a demilitarized zone. And you know, one of our characters, our main character, whose name is Elit, she had to get evacuated from there, and in the process lost a lot. And so, you know, one more of the themes of it is about trying to find your real family and about trying to get back home. There is a lot of the more I write it, there is so much of like a Wizard and of Oz kind of a fable to this whole thing of a band of kind of misfit characters trying to go and solve this grand mystery of this other world, while along the way bumping into familiar faces from other realities that may have happened to have crashed into our reality and our book.
Are you talking about other image characters? Are you allowed to say?
The book's called Crossover for a reason.
Don't give it away. Come on.
I'm not saying shit. I'm not saying shit. I will say, though, that the main character is a retailer. So if you're a retailer, as I once was way back in the day, let me just give you a hot tip that issue 6 is something that you're going to want to pay attention to. Issue 1, 2, please, as well. I'm excited to. It's funny because we came up with this idea before I was at Marvel, before Jeff Shaw was at Marvel, and it was just this kind of a not simple story, but now that I am in the position that I'm in, being able to take the knowledge of having written a few events and continuing to write events at Marvel and using those same skills and that same kind of widescreen, enormous, insane breadths of characters and continuity and explosiveness, and bring that to an image independent world has been exhilarating and terrifying, and I just goddamn hope you guys like it, because it is it's insane. You'll I think once retailers, you're all going to be getting the first full issue way before it comes out. So I highly suggest you tell your reader base at your shop what it is that we intend to pull off in this thing. And readers, once you read issue 1, I think you'll get a sense of what we're trying to do here. Other than that, I think I've probably already said too much.
Well, at the risk of spilling too much, can each of you guys just kind of talk about what you were the most excited about? That basically sell this book that hasn't come out yet, and we don't want to have too many spoilers. So yeah. What is it that you are the most proud of or the most excited, or what makes this project the most special for you?
No, I'll go.
Do it, Dee.
Yeah. Well, I think pretty much every page so far has been a challenge. And, as a colorist, you can find yourself getting into a rut where you're just doing the same thing page after page. This is what it looks like. This is the costumes, and you're running through a book. But with this one, pretty much every page I'm having to really stop and think about how I'm approaching the page. And, the time it took to get to a stage where we were all comfortable with how I was handing back the pages, because there was a lot of to and fro with oh, this doesn't look right, can we try this, can we try that? And it took us a couple of months to get to a stage where we were well, because we're again, that's not I don't want Dee to sell himself short. That's not because Dee's not doing a great job. Dee's doing a phenomenal job. In fact, it's some of the best work I've ever seen him do. It's because we're literally doing things in this book that have just never been done. And so there's no guidelines. There's no
I'm writing things in scripts where I'm telling D, like, I know that this has never been done and I don't really know how to do it, but we're just going to have to give it, you know, a couple different tries until we nail it down, you know. And then John Hill will jump in and say, like, hey, maybe I have a solution for how to pull that off, you know. Because there is so much storytelling, you know. It's not, this book amongst almost, I think, any other book I've ever done is the most visually collaborative book that I've ever done. Because, you know, Jeff and I are constantly talking. John Hill and I are constantly talking. Dee and I are constantly talking, and John's talking to Dee, and you know Jeff's talking to John, and everyone, because we are doing things in this book that we've never seen done, and so we don't have a roadmap of how to do it. You know, we're like kind of inventing on the fly, and that's, I think, Dee, I don't want to speak for you, but that is kind of the excitement, because it's fun, but it's also scary, you know?
Yeah, that's exactly it. It's because it's so challenging that it's fun. That, you know, you know, every page is a challenge, and I get to flex muscles I've never used before when I'm trying out the pages. So, and you know, as you said, it's fully collaborative, and it's probably one of the most collaborative books I've ever worked on. It's not just Jeff telling me to do something, or me saying, here's what I'm going to do, and not taking feedback on it. And then John comes in and is like, here, try this way. And so there's so much feedback, and you know, there's we're all working together on this, and it just feels really collaborative. And I think
it really feels like the most. I've always described like me and my collaborators as gangs, and you know, a gang mentality of like my team's gonna fucking destroy your team kind of thing. And I think the Crossover Gang, which by the way I should mention, and I've neglected this entire time, our cover was colored by Dave Stewart. So very, very huge shout out, and he did a beautiful job on issue 1's cover. Dave Stewart also did the first cover of God Country. So the whole gang is back in that way. And I should mention our story editor on the book is a young upstart young man named Mark Wade. Because a book of this magnitude, I had to call in for some backup. I needed someone that I could call and be like, hey, am I losing my fucking mind? Is this insane? And Mark, being the encyclopedia of all of comics knowledge that he is, has been a godsend for helping out in that way. So yeah, John, Jeff, you guys got any final words before we wrap it up? I know we probably all have signings to go to, or panels we got to get to.
It's just in general, like starting to work on this, like actually dig in. I mean, we've been talking about it, throwing stuff around for years now, but you know, actually starting to dig in really reminded me of when we were working on God Country, because doing that book, that's definitely one of my all-time favorite projects that I've worked on. And it's like, you know, it's like coming home, working on this book with the guys, and you know, everybody's like at the top of their game. We're all collaborating, and that's, you know, the whole collaboration thing is definitely a huge part of this, and it shows in the book too.
It's the best part of making comics. Yeah.
Everything ties together in this. You don't have anything that kind of sticks out as not really, oh, okay, here's where a production person came in and did something, or you don't see any of that. This is a solid story. And I mean, kind of the way you're describing things, Donnie, it sounds kind of scary. It sounds like, oh my God, this is just too big, but it's not. It's a big concept. And you're like, and I hate using this term, but it's boots on the ground. It's you're seeing it from your viewpoint.
for the most part.
From a very human aspect, like
Exactly.
I was told a piece of writing advice a long time ago that I had to instill in this is the bigger you go, the smaller you should focus. And so the concept of crossover is the biggest, craziest, loudest thing that I've ever done, which is saying something. And so I think we all purposely went small in the actual storytelling of it and go as small as possible in the motivations of our characters and try and make it as personal and as human as possible, because it really is a story about humanity trying to survive in a world of the impossible, and in a world in which fiction is real, anything is possible.
Yeah, I was gonna say roughly, not as beautifully as you put it, but roughly the same thing. Some of the things I like, working stories that I like telling the most, and that I've been fortunate enough to tell with Donnie and John, and he have been, I think the best stories are human stories. You know? And I think sometimes that gets lost in the chaos of, especially in comic books. So you can do everything, and occasionally the people get lost in that. And I the most exciting thing for me about this story has been connecting with humanity, with ourselves, with relatable people, with relatable feelings, and how we would react in any different number of crazy situations that would happen in a comic book. But connecting with the reader and myself as an artist, feelings and motivations and what have you. But I think the humanity of this story is a big part of it, and I think that's
in the same way that people who have read our book God Country, God Country has these big, huge backdrops of giant Kirby gods and giant swords, but you read it, it's not about giant sword. It's not about Kirby gods. It's about this father and son story. Crossover has an even bigger backdrop, an almost infinite backdrop of crazy. And as just as God Country is not really about any of that, is about one girl and her friends trying to find home and trying to find a place that they belong in a world where nothing makes sense anymore, but yeah, but I was gonna say, but it's also things that you never thought you would ever see printed on a page. The first issue included. It's not a navel gazing memoir. It's not like anything. It's crossover. That's what it is.
Awesome. Well, we should probably wrap this up. Let's go down the line and tell people where to find you and to follow you, so that when this gets announced and when stuff starts coming out, everyone can go and buy it.
I'm at Don Gates at twitter.com. I have not really been, by the time you're watching this, you've probably seen me talking about crossover a lot, and been putting out teasers and being very frustrating that I'm not answering any of your questions about them. So I apologize about that.
And you can follow me at Don Cates. Really quick, I want to give a shout out to our moderator, Miss Megan Cates, otherwise known publishing-wise as Megan Hutchison.
My legal name. That is correct.
Who may or may not have a special announcement of her own at Image forthcoming, including yours truly. Meg, where can we find you?
I'm at blackEM_art on all social media. And yes, we do have a book actually with this exact same team, except for you, Jeff. Sorry, I took your job on this one.
Yeah, you're not allowed.
That's it.
Sorry?
No, that's okay.
Yeah, Jeff's got plenty on his plate.
Yeah, exactly.
D, John?
Uh-oh, D's muted.
Yeah.
D, you're muted.
There you go.
At Dzoid on Twitter and nowhere else.
Yeah, and if you want to read any book that D does, pretty much pick up literally almost any book in any comic book store. D is probably coloring it. and I should also say, if you want to look at any of John's work, walk into almost any comic book store and pick up almost any comic book for the design of it. John has probably done that. John, where can we find you, buddy?
I'm John J. Hill at both Twitter and Instagram. I don't do Facebook. And yeah, this is going to be fun, guys.
Yeah, man. And I would ask people, I would ask Jeff where to find him, but he never tweets and he never does anything.
No, Instagram though. You can get me.
Yeah. You can follow on Instagram. I literally set up Jeff Shaw's Twitter account for him the night we came up with this book. Do you remember that, Jeff?
Yeah.
I literally made you your own Twitter account sitting next to you on the couch. I was like, I'm going to make you a goddamn Twitter because when this book comes out, you're going to promote this. And he's probably not going to, but that's okay. I will. I'll take care of it. I will always happy to be Jeff Shaw's hype man. But yeah, follow Jeff Shaw on Instagram. Where?
It's at GE Shaw. I didn't get the Jeff Shaw handle. I was late to the game on that one too. So yeah. Yeah, GE Shaw.
All right, cool.
Yeah. And on Twitter, I am just, my Twitter, funny enough, I just became a retweet for stuff that we're working on. So it's an extension of your Twitter account.
Yeah, cool.
More or less.
Well, hey, thank you guys so much all for joining us. I really, really, really hope that you will trust us enough to go and pick up crossover #1 when it comes out. Whether you love it or you hate it or you think it's stupid or too insane, I promise you it's worth your time. And I hope that you're all safe, and I love you guys. And thanks for supporting us and for supporting comics and for supporting local comic book shops and for supporting Image Comics. And we'll see you soon.
everybody. This is Eric Adams. I'm the managing editor of the AV Club, and I'm so honored to be moderating this Comic-Con at Home panel about Mystery Science Theater 3000. We've got 3 esteemed panelists who have been involved with the show through its many, many phases of life, beginning I don't know how this is arranged on your screen, but on my screen, to my left here is the creator and host of the show, Joel Hodgson.
Hello, I am Joel Hodgson.
Immediately below me is Bill Corbett, who you may remember as Crow T Robot and The Observer.
Hey, everyone.
And then down over here, this is going to look very silly if it's not arranged in the
Not
same
true
way.
on my screen already, so
It's not at all.
Well, somewhere in this grid is J. Elvis Weinstein, the original Tom Servo, and Dr. Larry Earnhardt.
I have to correct Weinstein.
Weinstein.
Ever
excuse
since the
me.
Harvey thing, I need to be clear about it.
Ooh, yeah.
Very important to make that distinction, I think.
Yeah.
So how's everybody doing? It is a strange time to be having this conversation, I feel like.
It is.
Yeah.
I like how it's less crowded than actual Comic-Con.
Yeah, have you been doing any waiting in line in your homes or attending any large-scale panels?
Yeah, I've just been waiting in line for the bathroom. Am I right? I'm a Dave Berg cartoon.
Yeah, it is interesting that you don't have to travel to San Diego and kind of sweat through where you're going to stay and how close it is and how to get around stuff. It's a lot nicer, and that's how I knew I could get these guys.
That's right.
It'd be easy, right?
No travel expenses.
I love low effort.
Yeah, right.
I have to say, like the other day I was thinking, kind of just very kind of spoiled and selfishly about all the stuff I missed about, before pre-coronavirus. Like, it's starting to be summer here. It's kind of the time when when it really pays off to be in Minnesota.
Right.
But among those things was not traveling and going to airports. It was just like, boy, it's really been nice to not do that for a while.
Yeah. Has anybody had to travel by plane, like, since the coronavirus?
No.
It would have to be a very high-paying mission.
No, I've had a few friends that it seems terrifying.
Yeah, little box of microbes there in the sky.
My cousin is a pilot for Delta, and he's been, kind of keeping us abreast about how that's been going the past few months. And it does not sound like a pleasant experience.
No. Is he? At least they can lock the door.
Yes. They got a very efficient shield there.
Okay.
Piloting the plane in like silkwood suits.
Bill, you mentioned you're in Minnesota. Josh and Joel, where are you speaking to us from? If you feel comfortable letting us know.
Sure, I'm outside of Philly. I've been here the last 10 years.
And I'm in Los Angeles.
So we're spanning the continental U.S. here. I'm in Chicago, so
hey.
Yeah, here in the Great Midwest, the home of Mystery Science Theater 3000.
Absolutely, and I mean, Bill's still pretty close to where the studio was.
Very close, yeah. It's I just kind of, home pigeoned my way back here at some point because I lived in LA since the show and came back when my wife and I were having a second kid, basically. But yeah, wound up in the same second ring suburb where the Best Brain studio was.
Do you know what the studio space is now?
Oh, it's the most nondescript, like medical instruments place or something.
It's right. Yeah, it's kind of like part of the studio is now like some kind of workout thing too. There's like private, like trying to think the last time when we were on tour, we were in Minneapolis and we drove out there. We also drove out to KTMA and we actually walked in there. It's like some rental place now. KTMA, it's like a pole barn that they turned into a studio. And now it's like a equipment rental place. So we walked in there and we're like, the studio has like air compressors and stuff like that, like to rent stuff. So it was really interesting. But I gotta say, I mean, the fabric of Minneapolis and just the kind of the way the people are has so much to do with us kind of getting going. It seems like they're always like super encouraging. Like oh, that's so nice. That shit you do is so good. It's keep that up, you know? It felt like, you know, they always really were encouraging and nice to us.
Yeah, and especially in that era when the comedy scene, as it was back then, was flourishing. There was just this supportive air in the Twin Cities of everything comedy, and it was a great place to be an artist of any kind, really, because, you know, unlike LA where you say I'm a comedian, they go, me too, here, come to my show. You know, you say it in Minneapolis, they're like, oh, really? Oh, that's very interesting.
And that's kind of how everybody knew one another when the show was starting out, correct? You had all crossed paths in the comedy scene?
Well, I had started my comedy career as a teenager just a couple months before Joel had sort of ended his hiatus from comedy and came back to stand-up. And at that point, Joel taught a stand-up and creativity class, which I enrolled in. So I got to know Joel through his class, and then we stayed friends afterward.
Were you actually 14 then?
No, I was 15 when I started doing stand-up.
And you rode a moped from St. Louis Park, right?
I did, yes.
Crazy.
Oh, yeah, I think I turned 16 during our shows at the Ha Ha Club together after that class.
Right.
And then, Bill, where were you at this time? Were you already in the Twin Cities?
I'm from New York, and I came here in about 1990 when so yeah, they were already started, and I got to know the show pretty soon after that, just because of mutual friends. At one point, I was actually at a party at Best Brains. I don't know if Joel even remembers, but I was just like, I mean, because I didn't introduce myself or anything, it was just like some mutual friends in comedy. And that's how one of the ways I got to know the show was to be in the studio and going, what is this? This is amazing that this is happening in the Twin Cities. Like there's TV happening here. But it wasn't a couple of years later until I got to know like Mary Jo and Mike Nelson and then everybody else. A few of them had actually taken classes with me because I was teaching playwriting and screenwriting at a place called the Playwright Center. And I was always sort of adjacent to the sketch comedy scene, not really the stand-up comedy scene, but yeah, it's a small, you know, kind of cool, creative community. And it doesn't feel like a place where you really need to pigeonhole yourself that tightly, at least for long.
Well, also too, our kind of thing, I think in a way it's sprung from comedy cabaret, which was kind of a, you know, there was Dudley Riggs, which was kind of the big improv thing. And then stand-up kind of started, and that was Scott Hansen and Scott Novotny started this thing called the Comedy Cabaret, and it straddled stand-up and improv. And so it was really neat, and it was really, like Bill said, there wasn't a lot of pigeonholes as to how you could entertain people. And so I would say Josh was really more of a stand-up, and Trace was more of an improv guy. That's how I remember it. Kind of like, I don't think I ever saw Trace did a monologue as a character, Quavius. And he kind of
he did other stuff. I mean, he had a stand-up act.
Yeah,
he actually had an act, but his way into comedy was through improv classes.
Yeah, I don't think I ever saw that, but I saw Quavius, which really became Dr. Forrester ultimately. But he did this amazing thing. It was brilliant, and so that's what made me think of him when I was kind of pulling this together. But it kind of was. I felt like Josh was stand up and Trace was improv, but maybe he did stand up too.
I did my first road trip ever when I was 16 years old during spring break from high school with Trace. And we went to Wilmer, Minnesota, Faribault, Minnesota, Beulah, North Dakota, Flandreau, South Dakota, and Mobridge, South Dakota.
Oh my God.
And this was, 80s stand-up boom. So did these towns necessarily all have clubs, or were they
none of them had clubs. It was all just one-nighters in bars of various quality.
How were the crowds?
They were sort of grateful, really. We went to Beulah, North Dakota, which was like this depressed coal gasification mining town, and like the club was like two double-wide trailers welded together. And I was scared to death walking in as a 16-year-old Jewish kid, but it turns out they were pretty happy to have anyone from the outside in.
Grateful to do something besides pull tabs.
Yes, exactly.
I feel like we were talking about the ways that styles and genres seem to be blending in this scene, and I think that's very evocative and kind of epitomizes Mystery Science Theater, that it is difficult to pigeonhole. Like it's a premise that's easy to explain, but it brings so many different things to the table.
Yeah, I think go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, no, it was just that it kind of became a lot about so much of it was just lots of reference. It felt like pre-internet references, you know what I mean? The world of like, what do you remember and what's meaningful and what's that kind of jargon that you use when you're like the shorthand for pop culture. It seemed like, and that was part of stand-up and part of improv. I mean, I never really had any experience with improv at all. I don't think I've ever really done it, but I appreciate it, and it's a great form. But yeah, I came from stand-up too. So, but yeah, go ahead, Josh.
Yeah, I mean, I think that we all sort of, it was an interesting place to meet because we all just sort of brought everything we had seen and heard and consumed in our lifetime to the table, and then sort of compared it with each other to see, did that stick in your head too?
Did it feel like, was it a common language, or did it feel like people kind of had like complementary experiences?
It was Venn diagrams, I think. I was the young one, and so there was certainly a like 60s TV stuff that if it didn't make it to reruns, it probably wasn't there for me, or Firesign Theater was a little before my time, but everyone there was very versed in Firesign Theater,
Yeah, I think that's a good way of putting it. The Venn diagram just added up to something. We didn't have all of the exact same references, but we had a critical mass at any given time in the show's history. I remember when I was there, I had no experience at all with Tolkien, and every other joke it felt like was Lord of the Rings. A couple of nerds on our staff. And at some point, I realized, oh, that's just not my part of the, it's not my piece of the whole. They can take care of that.
Yeah, the only time it's an issue is when you are having to deliver a reference that you don't necessarily understand what it is,
Yeah, there's a trust thing involved because I'm pretty sure I did riffs that I didn't quite understand.
Sure.
I'm pretty sure. But you just go, okay, well, what's the difference? And that's one of the funny things about the show is we quickly got to the point where we were just doing once we got paid to do it for Comedy Channel or Comedy Central, we pretty much, it became there were so many riffs that it took the pressure off, you know? It's just like they were all so disposable. So you could just go, I'm gonna say this, even though I'm not certain of it. I trust the other people that wrote it. So it was about, the more we did, the less stress there was, I think, on each actual joke.
I had an experience later on where I was the head writer for Greg Kinnear's NBC talk show. And he had grown up overseas as a diplomat's kid. So he had that same sort of like hole. He just didn't have American pop culture reference base, you know.
But he was handsome.
He was delightfully handsome.
Yeah,
and a funny guy, but it would be like Laverne and who? You know, so I would just have to assure him that this is a funny joke that you should do. You know?
Yeah, I was just gonna say also that not all of the jokes were references. I mean, there were plenty of them, but so many of them and so many of my favorite moments are just based on the weird behavior of characters in the movie at any given time, and so pretty accessible to anybody. I think we all shared a sense of absurdity, either through our own comedic tastes or just being naturally weird people, so that when something weird happened on screen, which was often with some of these movies, you just kind of couldn't pass it up to say something about it.
Once you sort of start seeing the movie as your comedy partner and that they're supplying straight lines, and then you go, oh, wow, this is a great comedy partner because he's throwing me every kind of straight line here.
Thank you, movie.
Catch it, then we're going to get somewhere.
And not to mention you're watching these movies multiple times. So you're kind of like, you're developing a relationship with the movie as you're writing in the episode.
Absolutely. You're learning its timing.
I mean, Trace had a really good analogy. He kind of said the movies were like Margaret Dumont, you know, and we were kind of trying to be the Marx Brothers. So I think that works really nice, you know.
Oh, Mr. Firefly.
There's still a raging debate whether Margaret Dumont understood she was in a Marx Brothers movie. There's still people who believe that, and of course she understood what she was doing, but people go, she didn't know they were being funny.
Right, yeah, that's absolutely crazy.
But that's true. It's like a good movie's kind of like has a certain amount of bluster and ambition to kind of pull off a vision, and they're not doing it, you know. So I think that's a part of it.
Right, and Frank Nelson was actually an impatient clerk. They just kept giving him different jobs. Oh yeah!
He was never aware that he was in a movie.
But that's such an important thing in comedy, I feel like, is that playing it straight and kind of, you know, the Frank Nelson, the Margaret Dumont, the Leslie Nielsen of it all, to not acknowledge that absurdity unless you are in the position of being the absurd character.
Well, it's why sincere movies that are not particularly trying for any kind of comedy themselves are the ideal foil for us. Like, to have a 1950s square-headed Universal hero, you know, Universal Studios hero, those guys they gave like no personality to at all. It was just like block-headed leading man. That's just so tasty because they're taking themselves so seriously that it's just, you know, it's Margaret Dumont in another form.
Right, and you don't feel like you're punching down with guys like that.
No. It's kind of up.
Pomposity is yeah. I mean, you want misplaced sincerity.
What are some of your fondest memories of making Mystery Science Theater?
Whoa.
Well, I had the fewest. So. For me, I mean, the golden days for me were KTMA days where there wasn't any pressure and there wasn't any rules and there wasn't any reason to not do stuff, you know. It was just building this thing out that, you know, and it was improv and it was sloppier and it was, you know, underthought in many ways. You know, we spent each show got 24 hours of attention and that was it. But you know, but the feeling of making something that you know no one else is making and starting this sort of club around it that grew up in the Twin Cities was a fun time.
Yeah, I was going to say about KTMA, it wasn't super clear how much we should be riffing. Like that was like not, no, I mean, that wasn't clear almost until we made the Cell tape to give to Comedy Channel or Comedy Central, where we go, oh, it should all be riffs, you know, wall-to-wall riffs the whole time. And so that was like an exploration too of how much can people manage. And the truth is all of it, like the whole time. But
yeah,
it wasn't clear when we started at all, like they could manage that.
Yeah, I think that my memory of it is there was a tipping point where we had gotten into the rhythm of adding as many jokes as we could think of, and at a certain point you started to feel the absence of jokes. You know, it's like, okay, now there should have been one there. That was you know, but we had to learn what all those straight lines looked like. You know,
you were astoundingly young too when that happened, Josh. That kind of blows my mind.
I think I mean, I grew up in a joke-rich environment. You know, I grew up, so I really feel like jokes came easy to me, and I started thinking in jokes real early once I started doing stand-up.
Killer joke writer when I met him. So it was like he's always been great at that. He's still great at it, and Trace kind of filled in that other stuff too. Trace had a whole other side that was really lovely that kind of embellished a lot of it too.
And Trace is just a great presence too. I mean, Trace is someone who you like being creative around because he adds to the atmosphere. He's great at yes-anding things. He's great at figuring out the problems that you can't figure out, you know. So, I mean, I hired him later on when I was the head writer of America's Funniest Home Videos years later, you know, and I loved having him in the room just for that same reason, just because his vibe is so great that, you know, he there's something about Trace that makes you want to do good work, you know.
Bill, what was the dynamic like when you joined the show in the sci-fi years? It had already been established. Like you were kind of walking into a situation where there were rhythms and there were traditions, and you were the new guy there.
Yeah, it was very successful already for quite a while. So my mission was to just not mess it up, really, which I wasn't confident at first that I could do, because, you know, apropos of the discussion about Trace, he was a big absence there. I mean, everybody's absence is felt, but I really do feel like there was some discussion about whether Crow should continue as a character before I came on board. And I think it could have gone either way. It could have just started a new character. Probably not a great choice, but, you know, losing him in those two pivotal roles was a lot. But the vibe was pretty good. I mean, luckily, you know, people loved the show already. So I was extremely lucky to come into a show that had a beloved fan base, unlike these pioneers here on, you know, sharing the screen with me.
I left it before there was a beloved fan base.
Well, I wanted to say too that I love the way Bill approached it, because he did two things that knocked me out. One is, and I don't know if you really, I don't want to attribute the line that you didn't write, but I love the idea that Crow's there and he's immediately saying, "I'm different," which was really clever. And then there was other stuff I read about what you had said, and you were kind of saying, yeah, it's like Crow had a stroke because of his puppetry.
That was me trying to explain my terrible puppetry at first.
But it was such a great way to play it in that situation. You know what I mean? So both those things were really kind of said, oh, you have to kind of start over. You were hitting the reset button both times, which is exactly what people needed.
Yeah, I tried to be frank about where I was coming from.
Yeah, really smart. Yeah.
And as far as like good memories of the show, they're pretty much nothing but good memories. But I think it's the days that I loved the most were when we actually filmed. Because as much as I love writing, I started as a writer. I mean, I'm one of those people who loves to have written, like so many of us.
Yeah.
And I'm proud of the writing I did for the show, but I really am like theater kid at heart, that when the crew started showing up and it became real and we got to put on our silly costumes, then it was really just a lot of fun, and just doing multiple takes and making each other laugh. That was kind of the reward.
I mean, the thing that gets me, that's astonishing to me, is just the way we really did the movie segments. We really did them in real time, and there was no other way to do it. I mean, movie riffing in general was really truly like log rolling to me. It's kind of like this moving target, and there was a time code, but back then it had like 10 like numerals, you know what I mean? It had tenths of a second, and it was like, if that was across the bottom of the screen, it was like computer code, and we figured out, oh, you got to knock out a lot of the numerals with tape so you could kind of follow it. But to me, that was always the wildest part of it. And then performing it was crazy, because I was really envious of Josh and Trace and Kevin being able to be tucked down in these space lounges holding puppets with this perfect eye line to the script and the monitor. And I'm like way up here and having to hold my script in my lap, but keeping my sight lines up here and picking up the monitor, and then trying to do this shit, like, oh, I'm pointing at stuff. And so it was always really raucous to me. And when I watch it, I kind of am amazed how smooth it was. And I know, I mean, we did do pickup lines after each like 7-minute chunk. We'd stop and go, oh, I dropped the line, can we redo that? But I'm always astonished. That was the weirdest part of the whole thing, is it's a moving thing, and how do you associate it? How do we even attach a script to it? You know, that's why we improvised the ATMA and didn't start really writing it until we were landed at Eden Prairie.
Well, not to mention also the host segments. The host has to have all their lines memorized, while the bots are fortunate enough to have the script out in front of them below the camera.
Made me cuckoo. But I had to learn that shit.
I feel like we've got an interesting and
as if
unique...
it's not hard to actually operate a puppet while you're talking and doing the scene as well.
Everyone has a burden. I hear you.
We got a unique opportunity here with our panel, where we've got each of the 3 main roles of the show represented. We've got a servo, we've got a crow, and we've got a host.
That's all you need.
How
put together a show.
Can you talk a little bit, each of you, about your personal approaches to that particular role, and then also kind of what are the unifying aspects of each of these characters and these roles?
Yeah, go ahead, Josh.
So when I played Joel, go ahead, Josh.
Well, I mean, it was Servo, for example, went through a few iterations in the early days. Initially, he was the first iteration was Beeper, which had a sort of R2-D2 like comedy approach, and I realized very quickly.
Just in the pilot, I think we threw that out real quick, right?
Yeah, and I remember protesting, going, "Well, I'm just not going to get a lot of jokes out this way. And so Joel switched the head and put a gumball machine on him and allowed for a mouth. And then I think the first few weeks I did a sort of Pee Wee Herman-ish pinched kind of voice like this, you know, Marvin the Martian almost.
Yeah.
And then that was hard to sustain for 2 hours. And then I came up with the Tom Servo voice. And that was very much based in, it was kind of like came from the world of WKRP for me. It was like part Herb Tarlick, part Johnny Fever when he became Riptide, the asshole disco TV host. So it was like, that's kind of where that the FM radio voice, the obnoxious radio character came from. And then the evil scientist, I chose a very high voice simply so that you wouldn't know immediately that it was the same person doing Servo and the scientist.
I was going to say that the thing that I loved about, you know, Josh kind of figuring that character out was he said to me, like, he named him Tom Servo. He was just Servo. I called him Servo. Josh called him Tom, and he said he saw his name around with quotation marks around like a top 40 DJ. Tom Servo, Bubala Jensen. You know, like, when he said that, I go, holy cow, that's great, and that was really where Servo, you know, kind of happened, you know. Well, I'll do my thing. I mean, for me, what I was dealing with was, you know, I came from doing my stand-up act, which was kind of this kind of hesitating character that really was how I behaved when I started doing stand-up. It really was like me. But then when I kind of moved out of that and started being more of a host, I felt like more like I had to become more dimensional and more of a person. And so that was a big challenge for me. And I don't really personally like, I mean, I'm kind of like, yeah, it wasn't my gig. I really did it because I was the most famous. I was kind of, for a brief time, I was the most famous comic from Minneapolis. And so I could maybe front a show and sell it. So I kind of did it for that reason, but it wasn't like, my favorite thing is creating the stuff and working on it and making it and not necessarily performing it. I was a little more reluctant about that. And so, over time, I think it took years though, I think by the time I was about getting out of there, I felt like, oh, I kind of got this. I understand this, you know what I mean? But that was kind of my take on it. And I was really treating the character like he's a ventriloquist, right? Like he's more neutral, or he's like Dave Seville with the Chipmunks. The robots are these funny things that scramble around and have all these observations and poke fun at him. And he's going, wait a minute, aren't we going to go to Sunday school? Come on, fellas, let's get this together. You know, like, that's what I thought his role was, you know, that kind of fraternal uncle, kind of like he's cool uncle who's babysitting or whatever.
I thought Christian camp counselor.
That's very close. Closer than you know.
No, I do know, but the vibe came through.
Hey, I noticed Andy Kindler went to YMCA camp online.
Yes, as did I. I went to Camp Christmas Tree.
Oh, that's awesome. Were they nice to you, Josh?
They were, at least to my front.
Good.
And then, Bill, you talked a little bit about your approach to Crow earlier.
Oh, yeah. Well, just like I said before, my first approach was to not ruin the good work that everybody before me had, you know, established. And I think at first I was really trying to almost make it seem like Trace had never left. Like I was trying to do his voice. I was trying to imitate his mannerisms. But but a little by little, I think I got the sense that I could just let it gravitate a little more to my natural voice and mannerisms, and yeah, and I just and nobody said not to, so that because I didn't, my imitation of Trace's voice was not great. It just sounded kind of tinny and artificial, and I did find a register that worked, and I think he became a little more like Bugs Bunny as a model. And for Brain Guy, there was a very definite influence. We had done a bunch of Universal movies, a lot of which had these British actors in silly get-ups. And I remember one called The Mole People that had John Agar as like the square-jawed American dude. But the Mole People were basically a bunch of British actors just made to look ridiculous. They were like the kings of the center of the earth. And this was something that later on in like Galaxy Quest, they dealt with a little bit with Alan Rickman's character. So to me, he was always like a decent Shakespearean actor in exile with a dumb getup on. So he had that sort of pomposity and that, like, you know, I don't really belong here. That was my secret behind the character story, at least.
Like Orson Welles in everything he did after 1960.
Yep.
Handing out the standard rich and famous contracts to Kermit the Frog.
I think too, the other thing is just people getting, doing a character, but then having enough breath in there to do voices and dialects and all the stuff that came with it. So that emerged too, because I didn't see that coming. You know, when Trace grabbed Crow, I just said, "Oh yeah, talk like a robot, like talk like the robot from Lost in Space." And you see him doing that, but then he kind of,
there was a lot of yes, Joel Hudson.
Yeah, and he kind of, and then I think during KTMA he started to kind of crack these other spots, and same with Josh too, where it was like you're doing a character, but then you're dropping into a voice or a dialect too. So you kind of had to have that flexibility that you can. Mostly it's my way of explaining it now is the person running the robot is really the robot's personality, and so it's just manifests through,
When you watch older episodes now, can you pick out riffs that you maybe wrote, even if they're coming out of another character's mouth?
Here and there I can, but not as often as you would think. It just became this big slurry of comedy after a while. And by the time we were done, this is just speaking personally, I can think of some of them I wrote because either I pushed for them, I was particularly proud of them, or not. But yeah, not as much as people think. It's like, did you write that line? It's like, I don't know.
Yeah, people want to, that still is going on online. Like people try to profile who wrote it, and I just consistently say it came out of the writing room. But Jim Mallon would come in and do that too. He'd walk in and go, "Who wrote that line?" And we just go, "It came out of the writing room," because he was trying to go, "That's funny. I gotta assign that to somebody. Come on." And we learned on to go, "Oh yeah, it just happened,"
Well, and it ultimately, I mean, I learned during Cinematic Titanic years later, whenever a reviewer would review one of our live shows, they would almost 100% of the time misattribute lines that they were quoting to one of the cast members. And so I realized it just doesn't matter as long as the joke's coming out right. It's us.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then there's also the ongoing apprehension that we only for ourselves. This is carrying riff tracks too. It could not be further from the truth.
Right.
I gladly write for everybody. Because it's easier that way for among other things, but it just feels more like feels more appropriate. Like there's a writing room to start with, and for a lot of things, like sometimes you start as writing room too with the sort of a kernel of a joke, but then somebody takes it and makes it a little better or uses it with another idea. Really isn't a product of one person very often.
And if we can get into the weeds a little bit about it, like what is the assignment process then? When like you've got this line, what's the determination of who says it in the course of the riff?
Well, the way we do it now, and I think it's the way we did it back in the day, was we write everything and then kind of assign it later. You don't really talk about that. I mean, my impression is we don't really decide that in the writing room. It's just kind of academic in a way. And if you notice, I get every third line, so it's kind of like that, you know, whatever. So, but I do think that there's a moment where you go, who does a really good Irish cop, who does this kind of Clint Eastwood voice, and so you throw it to people that way. So I bet everybody has a different impression of that because they've all been involved with it. I mean, we call it line assign, and we always just do it afterwards, like who says what, and it's kind of, you want everybody to pop and kind of have as much, you know, be involved as much as possible. And so it is really mostly every third joke if you're performing. But I'm sure everybody has different ways of doing it. I'll just let the other guys talk about it too.
That was pretty carried over to the time I was there. It was in some ways just a practical process thing that you needed to keep it moving, be that precious about who gets what joke. Wanted everybody to more or less stay in the game an equal amount. So a lot of it will just round robin, like, all right, it's time for a Arvo line or whatever. But yeah, all said, every now and then it just felt like, all right, that really has to go to Kevin because he sings well, or Mike does a good Nick Nolte impersonation, so he gets that, or whatever. I mean, there are a lot of variations on that.
Yeah, and I think.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. The only other sort of variable is, you know, assuming that you're sort of taking turns as you go through. There's going to be times where someone gets 3 really soft jokes in a row, and it's time for them to have a hard one. You know.
Yeah.
There are just times where that rhythm works out, where, you know, some jokes just aren't as good, but they still got to be there. So if you get stuck with a bunch of those in a row, you start feeling like the weak link, and it sort of undermines your confidence a little bit.
The cool thing is everybody gets so many opportunities, so many jokes, that it's really easy to not be precious about any given joke. Or like I have plenty of insecurities as a person, but that is something I've never really felt at Mystery Science Theater or at Riff Tracks. It's just like, I'm going to get plenty of funny stuff, so don't sweat this one joke.
Yeah, and I'm filtering it more through the live shows of Cinematic Titanic, where there is a palpable feeling of, he got a laugh, she got a laugh, he got a laugh, you know? And you're like...
What am I, chopped liver?
Right.
Well, it's such an interesting format to then take into the live setting because, I mean, how does that impact the way that a riff is formed? Because when you're writing it for TV, obviously you're not getting the live feedback of the audience.
It's a lot more precise, I think. I mean, you have to land the line with the timing exactly, so that it gets the laugh that you're going for it. You know, with TV, you can sort of in post-production slide it a little bit, and B, without an audience, you're not playing for that timing, you know. But you also have to be just hyper aware that, okay, that laugh just stepped on my line. I'm not going to deliver my line because I need to keep the overall rhythm of the show intact. You know?
Yeah, when we do our Riff Tracks live shows, we do a pass on the script that's pretty much just to make it a little more slick and a little more spacious for live shows. Like the wordier jokes have maybe an extra degree of editing. But yeah, exactly what Josh says. Sometimes you're up there and it's just like, yeah, that one didn't land. So you can either bail on a particular, I like doing improv here and there in our live shows when I know something is not working, just to come up with something else. It doesn't happen a lot, but it's fun to, and there's like that Johnny Carson thing too, of like, sometimes it's hilarious when a joke we've worked on for a while just like goes, pew. And so since we're getting a lot of laughs anyway, it doesn't really feel that toxic. But Josh is right. I mean, it's a whole different, very precise thing.
The other piece is is kind of like after you say a joke and then putting beats in there for when the audience reacts, so that you have to kind of build in the breathing room. And some jokes get a surprise reaction way bigger than you expect. And then the art of it is laying out and dropping lines that are great, but they'll never hear the setup. And so really, I feel like when we just did the MST3K live tour that just finished like right before the pandemic. And it was like, the big part of it is, the art of it is editing while you're doing it live and throwing out stuff that is not going to track with their ear. So much of it is just dropping things too that get covered up with reactions. So that's another piece of it.
Yeah, and it has a lot in common with stand-up. It really does, in terms of the amount of thinking you have to be doing at once on stage in order to pull this thing off right.
We have a weird, sorry, go ahead.
Stand-ups get to stop though. The movie never stops.
No, it's a runaway train. I was just going to say, we have a weird thing because we do these Fathom event live shows. Our natural tendency is like, if something is getting a big laugh, like Joel described, just lay off the next joke, because it's, that's greedy and unnecessary, and it feels a little flop sweatish. But we were told at some point, just do it anyway, because you're hearing the live audience in the theater you're in right now. But for somebody in like the Eden Prairie Mall listening to it, the sound mix is different. So you might want that joke in there. So it's a weird, dizzying little thing.
What do you think it is about movie riffing that's managed to endure all these years? It's been more than 30 years since MST3K started. You all have been able to do this type of comedy in different settings and in different formats and in different forms all this year. What is it that not only keeps the audiences coming back, but keeps y'all coming back too?
Well, I think at its heart, it's just so playful, and that a little kid can see those silhouettes and see a goofy movie and immediately understand, like, oh, they're doing what I do. They're like riffing and saying funny things. And so I think there's just that immediate, like kind of pump there that says, oh, I think I understand immediately what's happening. And so I think it's kind of primitive in a way. And there's layers. I think then there's layers because of the way we write it and the subject matter we get to, and it's so diverse. So that's my take on it.
I think there's something about just the reason that this particular kind of comedy works so well is that comedy is based on surprise, and every one of these comments is a surprise because you're watching a movie. There's not supposed to even be that joke there. So you always have that extra element of the audience, if you're doing stand-up, the audience knows the rhythm, they know when the punchline's coming because you've established the setup, but they can't see the setups coming when you're doing movie riffing, so each joke has that extra sort of turbocharge to it that it's always going to have that, it's always going to get boosted by an element of surprise.
Yeah, I think Joel and Josh have said it well. And Joel, you said something about playfulness, and I think that is part of it too. It's it stays lively and in the moment if at its best, and it really is like silly, but it can also be kind of not accidentally profound, but you know what I mean, land with a little more depth here and there, but you don't feel the gears grinding. It's a very playful form, and it's really, really fun to do. And I think at the bottom line, besides obvious, like, well, it makes money for us all, but I don't think I would have kept it if it wasn't so much fun, because it's really a treat to do, especially live.
I think that should do it. I think we're about at 45 minutes here. If there's anything else y'all wanted to say, or
well, does anybody got anything to pitch? I mean, I got some at the end here, but if you guys got anything you want to throw to,
I got a few things. I got a stand-up album called Chunks that's available wherever audio streams. I'm co-starring in a movie called The Fiddling Horse that just came out for on demand. I'm co-starring with Andy Kindler in that. It's a comedy. And a movie I directed, a documentary called Michael DeBar, Who Do You Want Me to Be, is available July 10th everywhere you on-demand things.
That's pretty cool. That's all I can say.
I've seen the documentary. It's really brilliant. So I can endorse that.
Awesome.
Yeah. Well, the one thing I want to talk about is Josh and Bill have agreed to do a riff with me for charity. We wanted to do something, and of course, there's a bit of a time quake going on because we're recording this. This is before 4th of July, and it'll be played at the end of July. So in the meantime, we're going to figure this out. So hopefully you can go to mst3k.org or mst3klive.com, one of the two, and we're going to have a benefit that benefits McGizzy, which is a Indigenous people center in Minneapolis that got burnt down during the riots. So we're just throwing in to try to raise money for them, because again, Minneapolis is the place where it all started, and it's going to be the place where everything gets renewed as well. That's going on
in my hometown.
That's incredible. I can't wait to see that. And what a great way to bring it back to Minneapolis, and keep on doing this comedy for a good cause.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're great that way.
Hey, thanks so much, Eric, for doing this, and thank you, everybody at Virtual Comic-Con. People are watching. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks to you.
Here's some trivia for you. I actually met Bill at Comic-Con for our 20th anniversary panel.
That's true, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. And we've hung out a lot since.
We have.
We still like each other. Well, speaking personally, I like you.
Because we never worked together.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully this benefit riff doesn't put that to the test.
No, my love is only strong.
It's already at the boiling point. I can tell.
Maybe went a different way.
Thanks, Eric. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Josh. Thank you, Joel.
Bye, guys.
Thanks, Bill. Thanks, Josh.
Bye, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All of you have killed someone. If you weren't here, you'd be in prison. Or worse. And you mutants are dangerous. We know. This place takes your greatest fear and makes you live through it.
Ooh, scary.
What are you doing?
Gotta get better someday.
Even there! Let's play a game.
There's an old Native American proverb that says, "Inside every person, there are two bears, forever locked in combat for your soul. One bear is all things good, compassion, love, trust. The other is all things evil, fear, shame, and self-destruction."
What's happening?
We have to run! As fast as we can!
Wait!
Don't let go of my hand!
What's happening?
Hide here. Have to go help them.
No, Dad, please.
Danny.
Please don't leave me alone.
Danny, I have to go back. Stay here.
Can you feel it? Ancient magic resides all around us. Ours is not the only universe. There are realms beyond it, underneath it, a myriad of parallel dimensions.
Hey, did you steal one of my digestives?
No.
Welcome, Truth Seekers, to the Truth Seekers channel.
Good luck, guys.
We're on the cusp of something here. A gateway between worlds. I'll see you on the other side.
Careful.
I've been a paranormal investigator for 20 years. I'll take it from him. Hello, ghosts!
Come on! Brakes external! Go, go, go! Go, go, go! No! There! Head for the storm drain!
Close Enough, the next series from the creator of Regular Show, was announced 4 months after Regular Show ended back in 2017. Now, fans had to wait a while for this all-new animated series, and honestly, it was well worth the wait. Close Enough is finally here, streaming on HBO Max, and here to talk about it is show creator J.G. Quintel. How are you, sir?
Good. Thanks for having me.
Of course, I'm glad you're here. So, how would you describe the premise behind Close Enough?
Close Enough was this idea of like, I want to try something where I could like do these types of stories that have to do with family and like having a kid and transitioning, like once you get into your 30s, what it's like to become more responsible and yet still want to do all those things that you did in your 20s. So that was the basis for it.
Watching Close Enough, you got like 2 30-somethings, taking care of their child while living with a divorced couple, and I know people like that, So how much? Yeah. So how much of the absurd situations that we see is kind of like steeped in your personal life and in your reality?
Story wise, like the grounded elements of the stories, like a lot of those are things that I relate to, or that like the writers relate to, things that we've gone through. So like. In one of the first episodes, Logan's Run, at the beginning when they are saying goodbye to Candace and they realize like, oh, this is her first sleepover that she's going on, and we it's so sad. And then they're like super pumped about it once she's out of earshot, and it's like, we haven't had a day to ourselves in like 5 years. What are we going to do with it? And you think they're going to do something really cool, and then they decide to do errands, and it's like, my wife and I totally do that. When we finally get some time to ourselves, we're like, let's go hit up some errands where we can just do it and no one's going to drag us down and bother us.
Now, what kinds of things in this particular series in Close Enough were you able to kind of explore that you maybe weren't necessarily able to in Regular Show, like because of, maybe due to like the restrictions that you typically face, working on a children's cartoon as opposed to like an adult themed cartoon?
Yeah, I mean, for sure, being able to work on something that's got a higher rating, we can do a lot of the things that we were never allowed to do. We still have limitations, which is great. I think it's important to have those because then you have to come up with clever ways to get the jokes across. But then just from like a story standpoint, I feel like there are so many stories that we never could have done on Regular Show that have to do with being married and like the types of things you do with your partner, or even having kids, the types of things you do when you're a parent. So this show can deal with all of those types of things.
I'm kind of curious, maybe I just missed it. Are there any sort of like Regular Show Easter eggs that fans might appreciate in Close Enough?
The apartment that they live in Close Enough is based off of the apartment that I lived in when I first got out of college. It was this apartment in Los Feliz. And the kitchen had wallpaper like that. It didn't look exactly like that. We tweaked the design of the wallpaper. And if you really look close, it's like abstracted versions of the Regular Show characters. There's a really funny one that I saw someone found it on the internet. So I know someone has found it, but like there's one in Skate Dad. This is like my favorite one where when they go to the skate shop and Candace goes to pick a board, and she's like, that one. And it cuts in on this really demonic looking board and it like sounds really creepy.
Oh my God, Josh.
If you play that backwards, it says, buy Regular Show DVDs.
Buy Regular Show DVDs.
That's awesome.
So we got like tons of stuff hidden throughout.
Oh man, how did I? So I mean, like, so you're just hoping that there's eagle-eyed viewers, right? Is there a comprehensive list somewhere online? Because I miss all of these things. I mean, like, I want to know all of them. What am I gonna have to do in order to find this?
There's one in Dog Boy, like in that like post little montage where it's like hitting posts after they throw the cell phone, and like you just see like a blue jay on a post, right? But it's like. That's like a subtle Mordecai one. And like, I didn't want it to be like straight up like the characters walking in like they exist in the same universe, but more like it's of the same DNA. And so it's all like subtly like in there. You'll see little hidden things that maybe you catch it, maybe you don't. But I don't know the exact list because so many people work on the show that I know people are hiding stuff in there without telling me. So stuff might even slip by me.
Now, I saw one of my favorite musicians on your show, and I'm not talking about Post Malone. I'm talking about Weird Al. I'm kind of curious. Can you please describe what it was like working with Weird Al? I mean, he's a legend amongst music parodies, and if anyone that knows me, I make music parodies all the time. So I'm kind of curious, what was it like working with him?
Well, we weren't sure that we were going to get him, so pretty sure Sean Zellis drew the character of Weird Al, so we'd show him what he was going to look like since he was going to be playing himself. And he wanted to see the script. He wanted to know, well, what am I doing? And I didn't know if he was going to say yes. I mean, in the episode, he gets mauled by a bear, but like he read it and he thought it was funny, and he was like, yeah, I'll do it. So he came in, and he was just super cool, really funny. He like nailed the takes like right away. He was just a really great guy.
I'm so glad you guys got him. I also wish, though, I know this is probably shooting for what, the moon. I know you reach for the star, shoot for the moon, whatever that saying is. I was hoping you guys were going to get him to do a song, a parody song or something. I was so hoping, because I mean, like, you guys had some parody songs in that particular episode, and so I was kind of hoping that he was gonna, like, there was gonna be like a, I don't know, some sort of musical number. But I guess the fact that you got him is,
like, the fact that we got him is great, but like, he could always, like, if we ever get to do more, maybe we bring back the Weird Al ghost, because he was still around at the end of the episode.
And speaking of doing more, one of my final questions for you is, what is the likelihood of a second season of Close Enough?
I mean, I hope we get to do more, because it was really fun to make them, even though it took so long. I mean, it's just been out for almost a week now. So I don't know how long the network wants to check it out. Now that it streams, I guess they can tell exactly how many people are watching it. So hopefully the number is right and they ask us to do some more.
Well, I'm hoping they do, because, like, honestly, I've been telling all my friends about it. Like, all my friends that were huge fans of regular show, I told about the show. And you want to know who else I also told, JG? Do you want to know?
Who?
My mom. Yeah, did you see that coming?
I did, but I wanted to let you do it. I didn't want to steal it from you.
Thank you for the setup, JG Quintel. Thank you so much for joining us, man. This is awesome.
Thank you.
Now, I know what you guys are thinking. That impression wasn't that good, but hopefully it was close enough. See what I did there? Yeah, that's right. Close Enough is currently streaming on HBO Max. Stick around. Plenty more ahead as IGN's coverage of Comic-Con at Home continues.
with me is star, co-writer, and co-creator of Amazon Prime's upcoming series, Truth Seekers, to talk a bit about the show.
Hello.
Hey, Nick.
Hello there, Sid. You all right?
I'm doing well. How are you doing?
I'm excellent. I've broken the lockdown and I've come back into my office today, so I feel like a new man. It's amazing.
Okay. I hope that day is coming safely and soon over here for us in the States. But let's talk about this new project. I am so excited about it. So why don't you just give us like a quick synopsis?
Gosh, Truth Seekers, I guess, it's difficult to say. It's about lots of things. It's about friendships. It's about loss, really. It's fairly haunting. It's about a man, Gus, who works for like a Sky-style mega corporation installing cable and Wi-Fi. And he sadly has lost his wife kind of 10 years before, who was a massive paranormal nut. And he has essentially taken over her work with a view to potentially reuniting the pair, either on one side or him bringing her back somehow. But obviously after 10 years, he's pretty sure it's not going to work, or he's never going to find a way to do it. And his life has just become fairly mundane. And, you know, he posts YouTube videos about the undead and the paranormal and conspiracy theories. And, you know, he's just in a rut, essentially, until he meets a new guy who comes to work at Smile called Elton. And the two of them together, fireworks start to ignite. Paranormal fireworks start to ignite. Let's have a look at a clip.
Can you feel it? Ancient magic resides all around us. Ours is not the only universe. There are realms beyond it, underneath it, a myriad of parallel dimensions.
Hey, did you steal one of my digestives?
No.
Welcome, Truth Seekers, to the Truth Seekers channel.
Good luck, guys.
We're on the cusp of something here. A gateway between worlds. I'll see you on the other side.
Careful.
I've been a paranormal investigator for 20 years. I'll take it from here. Hello, ghosts!
Ooh, paranormal fireworks. I like that. So
Right.
why ghosts? I feel like there's tons of different paranormal type situations. What drew you to them specifically?
Well, it's not just ghosts, but I mean, me and Simon Pegg have a long history of ghost hunting. We often, as young single men, instead of going to the discotheques and flesh pots that London have to offer, we'd go and get in his little Renault 5 car and we'd drive to maybe an old Saxon church or, you know, a ghost, like what's it called, a graveyard in the woods, and we'd sit around and hope to see a ghost. You know, that was what our weekends entailed. So, you know, we've always loved the paranormal and X-Files and you know, it's not just ghosts. It's all things paranormal pique our interest.
Mm-hmm. Have you ever seen a ghost on your adventures?
Well, my mother is one of like 8 sisters, and they're all really, really witchy and paranormal. And I used to live with my auntie Melanie, and I think she is a conduit of sorts. And when she went to bed at night, I'd lay on the sofa, and I could hear the coffee cups moving on the table next to me, which would always terrify me. But I could never say I've seen a ghost myself, but I'm open to it. I've felt things, I think, and I've been I was kissed by one, but I never saw it.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen a ghost either, but I definitely have been visited by spirits, I feel. So, but never the
I
like
was kissed on
movie type ghost.
Yeah, with chains and whoa.
Yeah, like I haven't seen.
Yeah,
Casper.
I was laying on my sofa and I felt a woman kiss me on the forehead, and as I jumped up and turned around, there was no one in the house. So I kind of have conversations with things, I think, and that way I'm not so afraid of them, and I feel that they appreciate being talked to rather than afraid or feared, I'd say.
But we're just out of time. But Nick, thank you so much for being a good sport. I know that I speak for a lot of people when I say how excited we are to watch Truth Seekers coming fall 2020.
The New Mutants movie is almost here, introducing a brand new cast of teen heroes from the X-Men comics. With iconic characters like Wolverine, Cyclops, and Professor X nowhere to be found, you may be wondering just who these mutants are and how they're connected to the original team. So let's all strap on our Cerebro helmets and break down who's who among the rookie X-Men known as the New Mutants. You might not know Illyana Rasputin, but you probably remember her older brother, Pyotr, aka Colossus. The mutant gene runs strong in the Rasputin family, but rather than turn to organic steel like her brother, Illyana can conjure up teleportation discs that allow her to travel through time and space. Unfortunately, in the comics, she also spent most of her childhood trapped in a demonic realm called Limbo. On the plus side, that experience heightened her powers and gave her control over a mystical blade called the Soul Sword. On the downside, she's got major psychological baggage from years of torment and being groomed to become a demon queen. But if you want to talk psychological baggage, no New Mutant has it worse than the self-loathing Rain Sinclair. The Scottish heroine is basically a mutant werewolf with enhanced strength and senses and sharp claws. Because she was raised by an abusive anti-mutant pastor, Rain grew up hating herself and the power she hides within. Even after joining the New Mutants, that self-loathing streak doesn't immediately fade. On the other end of the spectrum, Roberto da Costa is the type of guy who loves himself more than anyone. This handsome, charismatic son of a Brazilian businessman and an American archaeologist can absorb and redirect solar energy. You might remember him from his brief appearance as Sentinel food in X-Men Days of Future Past, but this is a whole new sunspot for a very different sort of X-Men movie. You can't feature Roberto without including his BFF, Sam Guthrie. There are thousands of mutants in the Marvel Universe, and sometimes it seems like half of them are members of the Guthrie family. Sam is a wide-eyed teen who wants nothing more than to escape the working-class life of his Kentucky home. Rather than being trapped in a coal mine, Sam soars the skies as Cannonball, a mutant who can fly at incredible speeds while generating an indestructible force field in front of him. That's where he gets one of the most awkward catchphrases in all of comics. I'm not invulnerable when I'm blasted. Ugh. With Professor X sitting this one out, the New Mutants will instead need to turn to Dr. Cecilia Reyes. A gifted doctor with the mutant ability to generate a protective force field around herself, Dr. Reyes would rather focus on saving lives than playing superhero. Whether the same holds true in the movie remains to be seen. Dr. Reyes appears to be studying the captive New Mutants as part of some grim psychological experiment, so we'll have to wait for the movie to find out whether she's truly friend or foe. Finally, there's Dani Moonstar, a Native American with some very literal demons in her past. Dani can conjure up psychic illusions drawn from the fears of her enemies. In the comics, she also became a Valkyrie of Asgard, but don't expect that particular twist in the movie. Dani's entire family is threatened by a terrifying entity known as the Demon Bear, a monster who looks to be the villain of the movie. These 6 characters barely scratch the surface of the New Mutants franchise, and even though a sequel to the movie is looking pretty unlikely, we might as well touch on a few who deserve the big screen treatment at some point. Most conspicuous in her absence is Karma, a mutant who can telepathically invade other people's bodies and served as the team's original leader in the comics. There's Doug Ramsey, a mutant with a handy power to understand any language. There's also Warlock, a techno-organic alien who sometimes bonds with Doug to form a being named Douglock. And then there are the later recruits, who joined the team when they were evolving from Junior X-Men to the paramilitary Death Squad X-Force, like Boom Boom, Richter, and Warpath. But those are all the mutants you need to know for Fox's final X-Men movie. Let us know in the comments which New Mutants characters you'd like to see adapted to live action. And for all things X-Men, keep it locked to IGN.
Hey everyone, thank you for joining us. I have Josh Boone and Charlie Heaton from the New Mutants. Guys, thanks for joining us today to talk about your film.
Yeah.
It's been look, this has been quite the journey. This is it's
Yes,
great
it
to have
has.
you guys here. Yeah, I mean the movie's almost at hand. So I wanted to start by asking about why you chose to adapt this particular storyline, the Demon Bear storyline. Josh, we'll have you feel that one.
My best friend who I wrote this with, I've known him since the day I was born. We grew up reading Marvel comics, and we were really attracted to New Mutants when we were young because it was the only comic I had really seen dip into horror in Marvel ever. The artwork was so different. It was so sort of surreal and touched on like metaphysical things that Marvel comics typically didn't touch on. I don't know. We were just sort of enamored with Bill's artwork and with the story. And I thought of it years later because we were big fans of like Nightmare on Elm Street 3, The Dream Warriors, and One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest and all that. And all those things sort of felt like the right things, I don't know, to tell a good story that maybe hadn't been told before in a comic book movie.
Charlie, were you familiar at all with the New Mutants before you joined the project?
Actually, no, not really. I mean, I was familiar with the X-Men franchise, but not the offshoot of the New Mutants. Not until meeting Josh. But yeah, for me, yes, similarly to kind of joining this project, I think the attraction was this kind of this contained kind of subgenre of an X-Men movie, and to tell something different and to kind of see these characters in a different space was kind of what attracted me in the beginning.
Now, I did want to ask though, how tied is the New Mutants at all to the X-Men movies? For example, the character of Magic in the comics is Colossus's sister. Is she still his sister in the movie? Is there any nod to the existing X-Men universe?
Yeah, I mean, we did, it took multiple drafts to really get this to the screen, and it's funny, it was much more connected to the X-Men universe in earlier drafts, and it became more and more of its own thing as we went along. Obviously, all the connections are still there. Illyana's still Colossus's sister and all that, but how much we pay attention to that or not is sort of dependent on where we're at in the movie. But there's certainly references to the X-Men universe, and viewers who are fans will certainly know those connections and the characters' connections to that universe, I think.
Now, there are a couple of particular characters in this film that I wanted to ask you guys about, because I know from the comics the relationship between Mirage and Wolfsbane was an important one. They had a very specific bond. Is that part of this film adaptation at all?
Yeah, I mean, it sort of inspired really where their relationship went when we wrote the script, because their relationship in the comics was telepathic, and we always felt like, Nate and I just always felt like that was had a natural way it would go on screen to help sort of facilitate what we liked about in the comic. So yeah, definitely. We tried to use, really all the characters' backstories from the comic and tried to use as much from the comic as we could, and we just sort of twisted it a little here and there to fit kind of what we were trying to do.
Josh, I believe in the past you had mentioned that this was viewed as at one point as a possible trilogy. I was wondering if you could kind of reveal or tease what the narrative plans were for that trilogy, any characters you might have introduced, that kind of thing.
Well, earlier drafts of this had Warlock in it, and he was just far too expensive for us to be able to explore in the first movie. He doubled our budget in a lot of ways, what we wanted to do with him. So we really stripped him back. So, I mean, Warlock was always the idea for the second one. We also wanted to use Karma in the second movie. And, really use a lot of stuff from Chris and Bill's run on New Mutants. And then we sort of wanted to use Inferno because it was so horror related and was like a big crossover series when I was young I really liked in X-Men. So yeah, but that was different times back then, and nobody knew about the merger or any of those things.
I do want to ask though about the there are some characters from in this story that particularly like Wolfsbane, right? She has a belief system that kind of conflicts with having this power. She's very religious. It's almost a kind of a medieval European thing where it was like if something physically was not quite normal with you, you thought like God had smited you or something like that. Do her sort of religious convictions and that sort of internal struggle that she had in the comics, does that come into play at all in the movie?
Absolutely. I mean, I was really attracted to her character, maybe even more than the rest in terms of relating to her, because I was raised by very religious parents who believed that, you know, the rapture was going to happen and that demons and angels were real. So, like, I understood Rain in a real way and her conflict in a real way. So, yeah, we played with that stuff as much as we could. It's an integral part of her character in it for sure.
I also want to ask, like, Josh, I believe your pitch at one point was that this is Stephen King meets John Hughes. What are sort of the Stephen King elements to this? I can imagine a few, but I'd love to hear your sort of idea of where the Stephen King influence of it all comes in here.
Well, it's fun. The Institute hadn't come out yet. You know, it was sort of even a couple of years away when we started this. So I was really thinking of Firestarter and The Shop and things like that. And just the tone of giving kids dimension and depth. We just really wanted something that was not like a typical comic book movie where you'd go see it and you'd be like, well, this is really not like anything else I've ever seen. And I wanted to try to get in as much of those kind of 80s teen movies that I liked, and also even some Joss Whedon, like Buffy, kind of like that kind of flavor as well. I'm a fan of. And it all kind of fit nicely into what we were trying to do, I think.
Awesome. Well, thank you both so much today, and best of luck with the film.
What's up, everyone? We are here with showrunner Eric Kripke for The Boys Season 2, which is dropping on Amazon Prime Video on September 4th. Why are we opting for the week-to-week after the first 3 episodes as opposed to just dropping them all at once?
We sort of felt in Season 1 that there was so much insanity and there was so much kind of crazy moments that when it dropped, I think people had like one really intense weekend of talking about some of them, but a lot of them kind of fell in the cracks. We just wanted to slow the roll of it a little bit and give people like a little more time to absorb all the madness every week.
During the panel, we saw this awesome scene with the Deep and the boys on the boat, and they're crashing through the whale. I mean, that scene is just completely bonkers, over the top. It was like more over the top than anything we saw in Season 1. Can you kind of break that scene down a little bit for us? Did that come from the comic books, or is that something that just came from your head?
It wasn't my head. It was Craig Rosenberg, one of our really sick writers who brought you such hits as Dolphin Through the Windshield and Gilfingering. And he kind of takes it on himself to really pitch the gonzo crazy things. And he's got a couple of them in Season 2. And I think, honestly, he really was very specifically just like, I want to top the Dolphin. So we wrote it, but then I have to produce it. Like, that's what's the crazy part to me. So I had to go to my production team and we sat down and I said, okay, so I need to have a motorboat crash into the side of a whale. And how do we pull that off? And Arv, who is like unflappably calm in everything he does, just kind of sits there, thinks about it. And he says, well, we're just going to have to build that whale practically.
Also, I want to know about the Deep. Speaking of the Deep, because he went through an interesting character transformation last season. You know, he was outcast. He was even assaulted in Sandusky. Somebody took advantage of him, you know, messing with his gills, and had to shave his head. So, like, how is his character transformed in Season 2? Where do we find him at the beginning of Season 2?
You know, he's really at rock bottom. And deservedly so. Like, he really is a piece of, you know, S, and has paid. I mean, for us, he's sort of the karmic punching bag. Like, he pays. He's going to pay for a long time for what he did to Starlight.
And I want to talk about working with Giancarlo Esposito this season. I know he's going to play a bigger role in Season 2. I think it's just interesting that you've worked with him on your series Revolution. So you had to work with him before, which is really cool. But he's just become such an iconic villain. How is his villain different from other villains he's played? Like, what is he bringing to his character in Season 2?
The thing that, I mean, first of all, he's an unbelievable actor. And, you know, Edgar is a capitalist through and through. And to me, he sort of is the incarnation of a corporation. And corporations are, by their nature, sociopathic. Of all the villains in the show, I mean, I think the biggest villain in the show is capitalism. So, and to me, Stan Edgar represents all of that.
And after watching the panel, you made a point to emphasize how much the show comments and plays off of what's going on in society. And you mentioned that this season is going to deal with, you know, issues of race and white supremacy and things like that. And I know you wrote this before, but does it weigh on you more now, like as a showrunner, because this is your baby kind of, and these big issues that are in society right now?
I mean, I feel a certain responsibility. I mean, look, I get that, you know, we're a superhero show, and I get that I'm pretty much a carny, you know, like it's my job to entertain people for an hour. But by the same respect, we have a show that is a metaphor for where authoritarianism and celebrity intersect.
Moving on back to the heroes themselves, or villains, whatever you want to call them. I'm curious about Black Noir. I think he was one of the most mysterious characters from Season 1. What is Black Noir to you? I mean, how are we going to learn more about him in Season 2? Just very curious.
I want to be clear, like we're going to see him a lot more. He has a lot more things to do in season 2 that are pretty great, and there are certainly more flashes of personality, and we learn a little bit more about him. But to me, the thing that makes noir is he's a complete cipher. I am very reluctant to reveal too much about that guy. That guy works best when he's a total mystery.
And I'm curious about Homelander. Is probably one of my favorite characters in season 1. I love that your superheroes, and the ones, of course, that Garth Ennis created, is like they're so there's there's nuance to them. They're not just all good and all bad. I love when we get to learn a little about Homelander's story. You see that there maybe was some abuse, or he had a rough childhood growing up, and then you take him to Vought and he has all these powers now and everything. And what would a guy with that kind of a story do with Superman like powers? But now that he's a dad, he has responsibilities. Like, are we going to see Daddy Homelander? Is he going to be different in season 2 at all, or affected by that?
He is actually, and spoiler alert, he's a really terrible father.
When you did Supernatural, when you first had that show going, you had a vision, an arc from season 1 to season 5. So I'm just curious if with The Boys, congratulations, by the way, on the 3rd season renewal, which is awesome. Do you already have something in your head? Do you have something in your head where like, I'd like to go to this season, or I need this much time to tell my story, or you just you're just playing it by ear?
You have a plan, but a plan is a strong word. I mean, even on Supernatural, it sort of became this infamous thing that grew into this like plan, as if I had like the beautiful mind wall of everything that was going to happen. I didn't. I never did. I had like a cocktail napkin sketch, or the way I put it is like a map, and you are driving from LA to New York, and you want to go through Chicago. And so that's that. And how you get there, you have no idea. To me, 5 years is a good round number for this show. I do have a sense of what the confrontations are building to mostly. But again, I now know enough not to make any hard guesses about that.
Well, that was a great chat with Eric Kripke, the showrunner for The Boys Season 2, which premieres on September 4th on Amazon Prime Video. Remember, that is the first 3 episodes. And then after that, additional episodes will air every Friday until the season finale. But stay tuned right here on IGN for more Comic-Con news.
One of life's biggest questions is what happens to us when we die? Well, who better to speak to than the cast of Amazon Prime Video's Upload, Mr. Robbie Amell, Mr. Andy Allo, and Mr. Greg Daniels. Hello to all.
Hey.
I already feel bad. I think I called you Mr. Andy Allo, so I apologize.
It happens all the time. Yeah, that's actually how I prefer to be addressed.
It's wonderful to speak to you all. And my first question goes to Mr. Andy. Mr. Andy, the other week you actually tweeted out an image of you. The caption was, Greg, I thought you were going over the scene, not your Animal Crossing closet. Hashtag Upload TV. So were you outing Greg Daniels as a New Horizons Islander, or are you, in fact, the true fan?
I think I was outing Greg. I'm sorry. Greg. You told me that in confidence, and I apologize.
Greg, you're an Animal Crossing fan.
What?
No, okay, I'm kidding.
You know what? All right, just to go down. I don't know what Animal Crossing is. I'm not on Twitter. I didn't see Andy's post. I'm so oblivious of this entire conversation. Well,
Andy, you are an Animal Crossing player.
I am. You know what, Robbie? I need you to relax right now. It reminds me because when I was like growing up, this might age me, but like Neopets was like my jam, and I feel like Animal Crossing is like the upgraded version of Neopets. Okay. It was an online
Robbie,
game.
you are Andy's Neopet on the show, in a way.
That's true. Yes.
Well, the best thing about the world that you've created, Greg, in Upload is that it really integrates with video games so well. It really is the ultimate virtual reality, if you will. And then you throw in an existential crisis and you mix it in there. So what kind of video game could you see? Well, maybe not, Greg, because I know maybe gaming isn't your strong suit. But what kind of video game world would you like to see?
Like I did a lot of Call of Duty. That was my game. And so a lot of times I'm referencing that in my head, what that's like. And when we first started with the show, we were like, how are we going to do this? Should we program a virtual world for Lakeview? And, it was slightly out of our range at the time, a couple of years ago when we were shooting the pilot. Now, what's really interesting is this Unreal Engine. I don't know if you're aware of that, but it's a way to take gaming engines and turn them into the backgrounds behind TV shows. So it's how they shot The Mandalorian. So now we're looking into recreating the show using possibly one of these Unreal Engines, which would mean actually making a gaming version of Lakeview to shoot some of the scenes there.
Andy and Robbie, is this like the first time you're hearing about this and what you're going to go into for season 2?
I watched a special on The Mandalorian, but I did not know we were doing anything along those lines. That sounds awesome.
Well, I'm not sure we are. We're looking into it, but I don't know how it works with people in the background.
It's done. It's happening.
You heard it here.
Thank you.
We're doing
wow. Yeah.
Yeah. You can't say something to the actors. Now they want it. But the one thing that's really stayed with me from the seasons, we have to talk about the hug suit. So obviously you guys must get asked this all the time. The way I picture, Greg, you actually coming up with the hug suit is that you've got just pages and sketches. And I feel like you really went conspiracy theory. There's just like a wall of hug suit. How is it going to work and what's going to be in it? Can you describe how it works to our viewers?
Yes. I have a lot of drawings. I have a lot of backstory on the hug suit. The very important thing is that there's thousands of little inflatable fingers on the inside. So if you were to split one in half and open it up, it would look like the inside of a fig. That's one of the drawings that I sent to the costume designer. So it's very, wow. And each one of those little fingers is capable of being hydraulically inflated at different pressure levels. And that's where you get the the real nuances of what things feel like.
Now, in the first season, there's for anyone that hasn't seen, I won't spoil it, but there's a really fun cameo from somebody who appeared in The Office. How did that come about?
Well, that was that whole sequence of the download was something that my son Owen wrote. He was the proponent of the download, and he had been a kid on the set of The Office and was pushing for Creed to play the guy who's downloaded for that sequence. And I thought it was hilarious because the whole thing is you don't get that much time with him, and so much of it's on his face, just realizing that he's back on Earth, and so it needed to have somebody with a very expressive face, and Creed was really the best we could think of.
Final question for you, Greg. Upload is set in 2033, which is obviously 13 years from now. I'm pretty good at math. My question is, in your science future, has there been a reboot of The Office yet?
Ooh.
Wow. I don't know. That's a really good question. We got to have some of the characters check their TV listings and see if there was a unsuccessful misfire reboot of The Office that was briefly in 2026.
Just have somebody scrolling through the channels and just come across it.
Or there's like a reunion because they're all uploaded and we get to watch it and tune in.
We know where Creed is. We know Creed's not in the reunion.
True.
Well, all of you, it was wonderful to speak to you all. I can't wait for season 2. And if you want to check out, go and watch it on Amazon Prime Video. Upload is available now.
After literally years of waiting, we finally got to see the New Mutants, or at least some of the New Mutants. The first scene and a teaser reel was shown at Comic-Con at Home, so let's break down all the cool new stuff.
There's an old Native American proverb that's...
It starts with narration by Danny Moonstar, aka Mirage, who tells of a Native American proverb about how we all have two bears inside us, bear with me, one good and one evil, forever locked in combat for your soul. This is of course referring to the villainous Demon Bear from the comics on which this movie is based. And then we get to see what the Demon Bear is capable of real soon, as Danny is awakened by an attack on her town and is whisked away to safety by her father. The New Mutants is a superhero horror movie, and what every good horror movie needs is a good monster. While we don't get to see the Demon Bear outright just yet, we do bear witness to the horrible destruction it wreaks across the town, presumably in pursuit of Danny. Something tells me her good bear lost the fight to her evil bear. Danny's father tries to hide her away while he goes back into the town to help, but it's not long before he's killed by the Demon Bear and Danny runs away in terror. And hey, I don't blame her. In the comics, it was the Demon Bear who killed her parents and left her haunted by that memory. So it looks like the movie is, for the most part, staying faithful by kicking things off with this tragic and harrowing scene. From here, we see Danny wake up in a strange asylum, where she'll spend most of the movie trapped with her fellow mutants. But she's greeted by one mutant in particular, Rain Sinclair, aka Wolfsbane, who is sneaking around in the air ducts, which is probably easy for her, given she's a werewolf and all. From here on, we're treated to a montage of crazy supernatural superhero action, and boy do I love a good montage. We've got Magic magicking up her signature armor, Cannonball hooking up a harness to practice firing himself around at dangerous speeds, Wolfsbane going beast mode, Danny exposing the energy barrier trapping them inside, Sunspot lighting up, team infighting, and so much more.
We know.
There is the ominous Dr. Reyes, who seems to be experimenting on these kids. Oh, and here's one of these Smiley Men, terrifying demonic skin bags with a connection to magic. Then things kick into high gear as we get Smokey the Demon Bear and Magic using her soul sword to slice up some Smiley Men. So cool! Here, Sunspot seems to be pounding on the energy barrier, which may have been created by Dr. Reyes. She can do that in the comics. And oh, Rain and Danny showing us that love is love is love. And oh, Cannonball doing his signature rocket move. And then there's Sunspot lighting up the Demon Bear and Magic going ham on the Demon Bear. Oh yeah. And then it's just more bad guys getting messed up by more powers, culminating in Magic fighting the Demon Bear in limbo. Oh hell yeah. As if we didn't want to see the New Mutants bad enough already. Well, the current release date is August 28th, 2020, so hopefully we'll get to see it by that date, or if not, I'm not opposed to them just releasing the second, third, and fourth scenes and so on until we can just compile the whole thing online, because dang, I am ready. Now, if you excuse me, I need a drink, and I'm going to watch that again.
Party on, dude. Summer is here, and with it, the biggest show in entertainment, Comic-Con. And this year, it's on IGN. Starting July 22nd, IGN is giving you a front row seat to the geekiest celebrity panels.
I love this show!
The coolest merch, the latest trailers, and the biggest reveals from across the world of movies, TV, and comics.
Whoa!
Catch all 5 days of Comic-Con at home on IGN and IGN One on Samsung TV Plus.
The Boys is making its long-awaited return to Amazon Prime on September 4th. That's good news for fans who like their superheroes on the raunchy and violent side. But with Season 1 having debuted a year ago, we're here to break down all the important characters and plot twists from Season 1, so you'll be ready to dive back into the world of The Boys. And we'll do it all in 4 minutes or less.
We're a different breed. We shine with the golden light of Providence.
Can I get a selfie?
Of course you can.
The world of The Boys is a far cry from the Marvel and DC universes. In the satirical superhero world, heroes are less crusading do-gooders than self-absorbed celebrities and corporate mascots.
What? I mean, you said you had a crush on me. I figured that, you know...
Most of the world's heroes work for a company called Vought International, which has made a fortune out of monopolizing and monetizing the superhero industry. What few people realize, however, is that Vought has been manufacturing heroes for decades. The company uses a chemical called Compound V to transform infants into superhuman products. Vought has even resorted to creating its own superpowered terrorists to drum up demand for the heroes only it can provide. Vaught's greatest or most terrible creation is Homelander, a hero with the powers of Superman, the fashion sense of Captain America, and the personality of a serial killer.
No, what? So they can tell the world that we left the rest of them to die?
Homelander craves the fame and adoration of the job even as he despises the people he protects. The only thing keeping him in line is his twisted sexual relationship with his boss, Madeline Stillwell. His colleagues in the elite super team known as the Seven aren't much better. Whether it's the alcoholic, self-loathing Queen Maeve, the Compound V-addicted A-Train, the mysterious assassin Black Noir, or predators like the Deep and Translucent, they aren't good people.
Copyright infringement is costing Vought $1.2 billion per year. That's money out of our pockets.
Only wide-eyed new recruit Annie January, aka Starlight, is actually worthy of her powers, and as she learns over the course of Season 1, being a member of the Seven is nothing like she hoped.
And I think that firing an employee after she reported sexual assault on live TV might tank your stock price. Well, I hope we can count on your discretion.
Clearly, the world needs protecting from its so-called heroes, and that's where the Boys come in.
Which pill do you want me to take? Just quit being a that's what I'm saying.
The underground CIA-sponsored unit of Cape Killers works to expose the heroes for what they truly are, and by any means necessary. They're led by Billy Butcher, a man with a very personal grudge against Vought International and Homelander. You see, Billy's wife Becca worked for Vought until she was apparently raped by Homelander and mysteriously vanished. Together with allies like Mother's Milk, the Frenchman, and the Female, they're committed to being the actual heroes the world needs. The Boys tried and failed to stop the Seven once before, but they're given a second chance when wee Huey enters the picture. After Huey's girlfriend is killed by an out-of-control A-Train, he reluctantly joins the Boys to get revenge. Just like Starlight, Huey finds out that being a team player is nothing like he expected. Huey even starts dating Annie, which makes it very awkward when he's forced to choose between his new girlfriend and his mission. Unfortunately, things don't go so well for the Boys over the course of the first season. Though they manage to kill a couple supers and dig deeper into the conspiracy at the heart of Vought International, they become fugitives in the process. Billy attempts to go out in a blaze of glory, but instead Homelander saves his life and reveals that Becca is alive and raising the son Homelander fathered. Awkward.
Daddy's home.
The mission will only become more difficult in Season 2 as Huey and the gang try to stay one step ahead of the law and battle new enemies inside Vought. Stillwell is gone, but she's replaced by her boss, Vought CEO Stan Edgar. The Seven will also be gaining a new member.
Hi, my Nana's your biggest fan. I'm Stormfront.
Who's basically a female white supremacist version of Thor. Season 2 may also reveal more about Black Noir, shedding a little light on the most dangerous member of the Seven. Let's just say you'll never guess who's under that mask. That's everything you need to know before diving into The Boys Season 2. Let us know in the comments below what you'd like to see in Season 2. And for all the coolest coverage from Comic-Con at Home, stay tuned to IGN.